actually the sole meeting this month of the Virginia Board of Education. I am personally delighted to be back. I know our loyal watchers know that I missed the rare miss of a meeting. I missed the April meeting due to some medical issues. I would say in that regard, this will be the longest I have sat in one place since that. And if I get up during either your public comment or during staff presentation, please do not take that as a sign of rudeness at all. If I happen to leave, Ms. Holton will continue running the meeting. But we try to be as courteous as possible here, and I don't want anybody to misinterpret some behavior as being rude. Before we get started on the meeting agenda, I'd like to note that Dr. Tammy Mann is participating remotely from Alexandria, Virginia, due to a personal reason. Pursuant to our bylaws, I have approved her electronic participation. Please join me now for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first item is approval of the minutes from the April 2021, 2022 meetings of the board. I hope board members have had an opportunity to review those minutes, and if so, can I have a motion either to approve or amend the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Well, excuse me. Been gone too long. I forgot the change in title. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. We are delighted this morning to recognize Virginia's state finalist for the 2022 President Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. I'd like to ask Dr. Duran to take the podium to recognize our honorees.
Good morning. The Virginia Board of Education is pleased to recognize 3 elementary mathematics and science teachers as the 2022 state level finalists for the Presidential Awards for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. This program was established in 1983 and is administered by the National Science Foundation on behalf of the White House in mathematics. And thinking about our Presidential Awards for Excellence in Math and Science, these are teachers who have the highest honors bestowed upon the United States government, specifically for K-12 teaching. This program identifies outstanding teachers from each of the 50 states and the 4 United States jurisdictions. The award recognizes teachers who have both deep content knowledge of the subjects they teach, but also their ability to motivate and enable students to be successful in those courses. One year, the award goes to an outstanding teacher in kindergarten through grade 6, and the next year to an outstanding teacher in grades 7 through 12. The awardees from this program are models for their colleagues and are leaders in the improvement of STEM education. And we are honored today to recognize the following teachers as the 2022 Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science state level finalists for our Commonwealth. And so when I call your name, please come on up to be recognized. Our first honoree we're excited to recognize today is Damien Ater, Damien is a grade 3 to 6 mathematics teacher at Armstrong Elementary School in Reston. He exemplifies the highest standard of teaching and learning mathematics and is described as a change agent for students, impacting the way that they see themselves, not only as students, but as mathematicians. He strives to teach the curriculum in a manner that is coherent, connected, and relevant to his students. His students take ownership of their learning and believe they are capable of understanding math at all levels, even very high ones. He has a gift of creating a classroom environment that supports the learning needs of all his students. His commitment to quality math instruction has positioned him as a leader in math at his school, at the county level, the larger math community, and now being recognized at the Commonwealth level. He's developed professional development focused on how to support the needs of diverse learners. And at the school level, he has organized family math nights and served as the appointed math leader, mentoring his peers and colleagues from other schools. Mr. Ater is a lifelong learner with an infectious passion for mathematics that captivates his students. He is a teacher among students and parents that have been proven as a leader in the math community. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee is Sarah Flippin. Please come on up. Sarah is a kindergarten teacher at Madison Elementary School in Caroline County. She has a passion for working with elementary age students and is regarded as an exemplary teacher in content knowledge, instructional delivery, instructional planning, and professionalism. Ms. Flippin is respected by colleagues in her school as well as division-wide, and in fact was Teacher of the Year at her school in 2020. She serves in various leadership roles, including planning for and facilitating professional learning, community meetings, sharing effective strategies with other educators, facilitating professional learning sessions that are always centered on mathematics to her grade level team, to her school, and in fact, her whole school division. And she has led student academic performance discussions in order to provide instructional practices. She truly instills a love of learning in her students and is described by all of her peers as having that passion to support student achievement and ensuring students' best interests are at heart. Congratulations again. And our third awardee today is Marie Peaches. Please come on up. Marie is a 5th grade teacher of science and math at James K. Polk Elementary School in Alexandria. Her 18-year tenure at the school has been a commitment to that community. She has served as an exemplary science teacher for hundreds of students. She always wants her students to see themselves not just as students, but as scientists. And she strives very hard to have students apply science skills and concepts to better understand the world. In 2009, Ms. Peaches was awarded the prestigious National Board Certified Teacher designation, which reflected her excellence in both pedagogy but also teacher leadership. She has high expectations for her students that is known throughout the community by all. A call often heard in the school coming from Ms. Peaches is, "What do I expect?" which is responded in unison by students, "Excellence." And the National Science Foundation oversees this selection, and we're proud to honor you, Ms. Peaches. Thank you for being here. So let's give a big round of applause for our 3 state Commonwealth finalists. We anxiously await among which one will be selected as the state awardee for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And if you can please join us up here for a photo with the board and our state superintendent. That's right. That's right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, one last big round of applause. Thank you all for being here.
Oh my gosh, wow. Did you see his shoes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Wow.
I didn't realize it, but
It's amazing.
Okay, at all of our meetings, the board welcomes members of the public to address us during the public comment portion of the business meeting. Speakers will be recognized in the order in which their request was received. Speakers are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. When your time is up, please close your remarks promptly. We ask that you provide your name and affiliation at the beginning of your remarks. Speakers may provide copies of their comments. You may email a copy of your remarks to Ms. Emily Webb, Director of Board Relations, after you finish speaking. I should also note that it's customary that the board does not respond to comments during the public comment session. However, we do expect the appropriate staff person will follow up from your comments. So first is Melissa Siddiqui. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, very quickly, I would like to talk about data that we've had since 2019. Right, 2019, we know where all of the failure is coming from in your department. It's Samantha Holland. So I'm glad she's here today. I'm not going to talk about anything that I'm affiliated with. I'm here to talk about Parker and Keegan Bolton. Now, in public, she wants to pretend like she has no idea who we are. I am telling you right now, we have named her in every single one of our due process complaints because she is where the buck falls in your department. Not you, not you. All of it goes to her. So to flat out ignore all of our complaints, our concerns, our suicidal children being forced to sit in a classroom that their psychiatrists say are making them suicidal. I will never put Parker Bolton in a classroom that she deems is appropriate. Why? Because she's killing our children. Chesterfield County is practicing medicine without a license. How many private providers do we need to take to our schools and say, this is killing our children? Not only is this my opinion, but it's fact here and here and here and here. It's all discredited. Why? How many of you have medical licenses? I don't think very many. So to discredit my child's private providers, I think is a huge miscarriage of justice. I was just convicted of truancy because I won't put my child in a classroom and say that I intend to homeschool. I don't intend to homeschool. I am saying here publicly, I don't intend to homeschool. So I will not sign that form. So I'm arrested. That seems very appropriate. Way to support our parents who are just trying to support disabled children. Is that where the money for special education is going? Because my children have received zero supports living in Chesterfield County for 6 years. My child is 13 years old, reading on a 3rd and 4th grade level. The JLARC report spelled that out for you guys. What have you done? Nothing for my children. I have thousands of emails to Samantha Hollins. Nothing has been done for my children under her watch. So if we have to show up at every meeting, every locality, dude, I'm ready. I will bash her in public until you have removed her from our problems. Because I'm sick of this. When I showed up here last time, look it up. I was meek. I was very polite. None of you reached out to me to say, what is going on? You're telling me you have a 13-year-old that cannot read and comprehend? That can't be happening in Virginia schools. Y'all are an embarrassment. What are you doing? I know you're not going to answer. You're not allowed to. I just want you to know we're demanding an answer. Answer publicly, answer privately. But we're going to bombard you with emails. And your silence will be noted.
Dr. James Fetterman. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone, Mr. President and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Dr. James J. Fetterman, proud choral music teacher from Hvac County, currently serving as president of the Virginia Education Association. I stand before you today representing more than 40,000 VEA member educators and students we serve. I am here to share VEA's perspective on the recent Achievement Gap report. The Virginia Education Association's mission is to unite our members and local communities across the Commonwealth in fulfilling the promise of a high-quality public education that successfully prepares every single student to realize their full potential. And while the VEA certainly shares the view expressed in the report that all students, no matter their background, should attend well-resourced schools that help them pursue their dreams, we take significant issue with much of the methodology, analysis, and conclusion that follow. It might be convenient to imagine schools with high-need students just require better advice, accountability, or cost-free silver bullet reform efforts, but decades of research tells us money matters for student outcomes. This report ignores the past work of this board to identify critical investments, and it offers solutions without so much as a dollar sign in the document. The report asserts that the quote, "A school that is not fully accredited is a red flag for parents, communities, and taxpayers," end quote. Let's set the record straight to address the obvious racial component here. The majority of the students in not fully accredited schools in 2019 and 20 were Black, despite only making up 1 in 5 students in the state. These schools were overwhelmingly in neighborhoods with significant history of redlining and received less state and local funding per student on average than fully accredited schools. To provide less resources to these schools can cause failure ignores Virginia's past racist policy choices. The board prescriptions to invest heavily in school-based personnel, increase at-risk add-on, and lifting the support cap would go a long way in supporting these schools. From an analytical perspective, we were shocked to see assertions that the 2018-19 accreditation changes led to an immediate decline in test outcomes, as if educators were aware of the new reporting standards and somehow rapidly watered down content and rigor. The assertion is not good. The report claims we, quote, "have not had a clear picture of academic performance of students and schools. This will change," end quote. The reality is educators are putting in more time than ever reviewing data, attending trainings, using it to inform practice, and sharing it on digital platforms with parents. For statewide outcomes, let's remember, throughout the 90s and 2000s, Virginia was middle tier on the NAEP and SAT results. It's only since 2010 that they were consistently in the top 10 states. Cherry picking specific assessments over the past few years to assert failure misrepresents the steady decades assert for the top tier students. In closing, there was no mention that English learners lost by far the most ground over the recent years, and the only subgroup to not see improved graduation rates over the past decade, and should be standout of the greatest concern in achievement gaps. The lack of attention calls in question the intent and the credibility of this report. I ask you to consider this report with a healthy amount of skepticism. Known most major state education groups reject the findings and solutions and questions the underlying political agenda that benefits misrepresenting Virginia's education system as abject failure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Narissa Rahman. I apologize for any mispronunciation.
You're totally fine. Thank you so much. Good morning, Virginia Board of Education. My name is Narissa Rahman. I'm the Executive Director at Equality Virginia. My pronouns are she, her. You know, I had the privilege of speaking in front of you all in April. My remarks now, would essentially be the same as then, so I'm not going to repeat them, but I do want to thank you for your support and your allyship in supporting trans and non-binary students here in Virginia. It is June, it is Pride Month, and I can't help but think about all the community has been through the past several years. And yet through it all, we're reminded that there is power in our community. We're reminded that we are stronger together, and we're reminded that none of us are alone. Pride for the Equality Virginia team, it will always be a protest. We are here to demand full equality, demand our lived equality. And I wanted to share a message for someone who couldn't be here today. You're going to hear a lot of stories from other folks, personal stories, advocates. But there's someone who couldn't be here, a high school student in Hanover, and they are not here for a good reason. It's the last day of school in Hanover, and that's an experience no child should have to leave. But I like to read a poem they wrote. They, them, They, them, hard to understand. They, them. For a man your age, for a woman your age, 60 years should be enough to comprehend. They, them. A man your age, a woman your age should understand that some people do not fit in a box. A man your age should understand that dead daughter or a live child was the deal. Dead son or a live child is the deal. What path will you choose? They, them. Do brains shrink over time? They, them. Simple to comprehend, simple to understand, to think. We've gone back in time because people felt brave, because people felt loved. They, them. Why do we need to be brave? To carry this burden on our shoulders? They, them. The path splits. One side, smiling child, laughter. The other side, cuts, burns, jumping, swallowing. They are not as little as you think. They have always known who they are. This is no trend. We have always been here. I never asked to be a girl. She, her, like a punch to the gut, she, her. Killing me slowly but slow, eventually ends, and when slowly ends, you have failed. This is what you signed up for, to help them. So what do you choose? Ignorance, hatred, dead child, or life, smiles, acceptance, laughter, love? She, her, crying, cutting, sobbing, shouting, shunning, hating. The choice is yours. You were given power. Help me. Help my sisters, my brothers, my siblings. 41% of trans people will attempt suicide. Do you want to contribute to that, or are you happy being ignorant? Thank you.
Thank you. Kylie Hines? Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, members of the Virginia Board of Education. Thank you for providing us all with the opportunity to speak and share our experiences and input with you this morning. My name is Kylie Hines. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Safe Schools Coordinator at Equality Virginia, a statewide advocacy organization serving LGBTQ+ Virginians. I'm also a macro social worker, and I'm a former Virginia public school student, having graduated within the last 10 years. Today, I'll be speaking to the Virginia Department of Education's model policies for the treatment of transgender students. In my work as Safe Schools Coordinator, many transgender and non-binary youth and their families have shared their stories with me. I feel very humbled to be in a position to hold space for someone's truth and to help provide them with the tools and guidance as they take that truth and use it to advocate for themselves and others. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, many of these youth have experienced harassment, discrimination, and mistreatment at school at the hands of both other students as well as school staff. Imagine what it would be like for you if you were a public school student today and you weren't allowed to be your authentic self at school. What would it feel like to have others insist on calling you by the wrong name and using the wrong pronouns? What if you had to go through the entire school day with no guaranteed safe access to restroom facilities? How distressing and distracting would that be? Imagine experiencing all of that and then being asked to learn algebra or write an essay. In localities where the VDOE model policies are not being implemented, this is what transgender and non-binary students are being asked to do. The VDOE model policies, as they are currently written, are evidence-based and community-informed and respond to a direct request from school staff for clear guidance regarding the treatment of trans students. Without these policies in place, educational professionals lack the guidelines and best practices that they need to make their schools affirming spaces for all youth, which causes confusion, inconsistency, and disruption for all students. It should not matter what county they live in, what school they attend, or which teacher they have. Trans students have the right to an unencumbered educational experience as all students do. Speaking as a graduate of Virginia Public Schools, I have seen practices similar to the VDOE guidance work firsthand. I graduated high school in 2015, only 7 short years ago. And in my time there, I knew transgender students whose identities, including their name and pronouns, were respected by both students and school staff. I saw educators support students as they petitioned for access to facilities that align with their gender identity because they understood the cost of not doing so, and that allowing someone to live authentically comes at no cost to others. Youth today are leading from a place of genuine curiosity, humility, and respect for one another, and we as adults should be following their lead. Transgender and non-binary students are not going anywhere. Their experiences are real and are happening right now. Let's work together to create a better educational experience for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alex Judson? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys? Hello, my name is Alex Judson. I am transgender and non-binary. I started to medically transition in 2016. Had I not been able to do this, I would not be standing in front of you today because I most likely would have killed myself. I graduated from Chesterfield County in August of 2019. This, however, was not my original graduation date. My intended graduation date would have been June of 2020, but feeling unsupported by the administration and unsafe in my very own classrooms, I chose to graduate early. In early 2018, I proposed a plan to convert 2 of the teacher restrooms, of which there were 6 in the school, into gender-neutral restrooms. This was mainly to accommodate LGBTQ students, but also open to any other student that may wish to use a private restroom. I was given excuses such as this would be a long, grueling process and we would have to take down walls. The solution, however, was as simple as changing placards. In February of 2019, a student complained about me being in the male restroom more than a year after I had medically transitioned. This student stated that he was uncomfortable with me being in the same restroom as him because he had known me prior to my transition. This complaint prompted multiple meetings with the principal, who also happened to be our Title IX coordinator, where I was told that I could no longer use the male restroom until my gender had been legally changed. I was told that administration would do me a favor by allowing me to use the teacher restrooms instead of female restrooms. I was then specifically requested to not use the female restrooms due to it being inappropriate and would cause issues. So then what was I supposed to do? After being ousted from both restrooms and made to use a separate restroom, still designated for teachers, might I add, I was feeling more unsafe than ever. After the situation occurred, my mental health began to decline drastically. I began to skip school out of fear of confrontation. I had been heavily involved in the theater program and began to miss out on opportunities for growth. I was scared of my own principal due to his disregard for my safety and comfort. I lost my senior year. I didn't get a senior prom. I didn't walk for graduation. I didn't get senior pictures. I lost these things because I didn't have support where I needed it most. The funny part is that my school ended up converting the 2 teacher bathrooms to gender-neutral bathrooms after all, but only after a cisgender student asked them to. They even managed to use the exact restrooms I had proposed in my plan a year prior. So I guess it wasn't as long or grueling of a process as they had once thought. I'll leave you with this. I urge you all to support laws to protect trans kids, protect your neighbors, your friends, your own children. Please allow students to be themselves and provide a safe environment in one of the only places they may be able to find it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jay Salvato?
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Members of the Virginia Board of Education. My name is Jay Salvato. I'm from Henrico County. I'm a parent of a transgender son. Thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak today. I'm here to talk and speak about my child's experience as a transgender student in Virginia public schools in support of the VDOE's model policies regarding transgender students. Sorry, I might get a little emotional. For the past couple of years, we have all been going through a lot, especially our children. Going back to school was such a blessing for my son until it wasn't. Going into his freshman year at a new school, what we thought would be a great beginning turned into the beginning of a nightmare that we have not yet woke from. Between my child not using the restroom all day and running home just to relieve himself, to my child being harassed by others, children telling him to call himself a bitch, and lastly, to our most current situation, a weapon being pulled on my child at school. My child is now homeschooled and has been stripped away from his high school experiences. No prom, no sports, no walking across the stage. I fear for my child's safety, to the point that we had to move several different times, all because he wants to be himself. Every student has the right to be supportive, to have a supportive, safe, and affirming education experience. The VDO policies serve as a guide/tool to help educate the educators and administrators who are working to create a safe and affirming school environment. Without these policies in place, the safety of transgender students is at risk, such as my son. I thank you for today.
Thank you. Bo Bellotti? Good morning.
Hello, good morning. I don't know, is it okay if I take my mask off
Sure.
and speak? Okay. I don't know how I'm going to follow that up. That was amazing. But I'll start by thanking you all for valuing trans students' lives during an era of manufactured trans panic. Trans people are being blamed from everything from corrupting the minds of our youth or, as Tucker Carlson said last night, even inflation. I was lucky enough to be on your committee a few years back regarding the model policies for trans youth. You can still find my name in the acknowledgements. I've been fighting for trans people since I was 17 when I started transitioning. I started at school board meetings, and now I'm here. And I'm here to share that having LGBTQ books would have made me feel so much less alone. They could have shown me my experience was nothing to be ashamed of and that it does get better. And I want to say this for all trans youth in the room who are watching at home, it does get better and there are people fighting for you. Having these model policies when I was a child would have meant everything to me. And that's why I'm so passionate and fight for it to this day. It would have meant that I would have had policies to turn to when I was bullied, that my name and pronouns would have been honored, that I wouldn't have had to fight to have my name said as I crossed the stage at graduation. In short, these model policies mean a lot to me, and I've been intimately involved in making sure that they are upheld in every way that I can, whether that's going to school board meetings in other districts. I'm sure some people in this room recognize me from doing that. But yeah, it's just so important to me, and it's so important to trans youth across the state, all around 15,000 of us. So I just thank you again so much for your time and your support.
Thank you. Shannon McKay? Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Virginia Board of Education. Thank you for your work and for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Shannon McKay. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the executive director and one of the founders of He, She, Ze, and We, a nonprofit organization that serves families with transgender and non-binary loved ones of all ages. The community is primarily made up of families that have school-age children all over the state of Virginia. I'm also here as a former teacher. According to the Trevor Project, family acceptance is the #1 protective factor for trans youth. Yet only 1 in 3 transgender youth report having a supportive home. LGBTQ youth who live in a community that is accepting of them reported significantly lower rates of attempting suicide than those who live in unsupportive environments. When parents come to our organization, they are scared. And often this fear prevents them from truly accepting and affirming their own child's gender identity. I want to be clear about why they are afraid. They are afraid their child will be mistreated and harmed by others. They are afraid their child won't be accepted for who they are in their own community. For school-age children, they spend most of their time in their learning environment. So that is their primary community, and they deserve to feel safe in their community. Most of the parents our organization works with are willing and trying to understand and learn how to support their child. However, there are countless youth out there that have no support and cannot be their authentic selves at home, and school might be their only safe haven. Being supportive to transgender students, whether you're a parent or an educator, saves lives. Research shows that using a person's name and pronouns that match their gender identity lessens depression symptoms by 72%. I think that's something we can all do. It is the most respectful practice to refer to someone properly. The current VDOE model policies, I also worked on those, provide clear guidelines which help create a positive and affirming learning environment for all students. Transgender students are just children who deserve the same right to a supportive and safe school as their peers. Teachers and staffs, counselors, and administration deserve to receive quality training that will equip them with best practices so that they feel confident supporting all of their students, including trans kids. Lack of policies create a patchwork of protections for transgender and non-binary students and a patchwork of guidance for teachers and administrators. We need consistency. It shouldn't matter where you live in Virginia. Our children need to be protected, included, and treated with dignity and respect in every school, in every town. Please don't allow Virginia to go backwards. Trans rights are human rights. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Brianna Diaz.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Brianna Diaz, and my pronouns are she and they, and I am the Policy and Legislative Counsel for the ACLU of Virginia. The ACLU of Virginia strongly supports the creation and adoption of the Virginia Department of Education model policies on the treatment of transgender children. While we recognize that the Virginia Board of Education does not have the authority to require school districts to adopt the policies, we are grateful for your support of them. Transgender and non-binary children have the right to be supported and thrive in schools as their authentic selves, no matter where they live in Virginia. To ensure this, all school boards must adopt clear and comprehensive policies like those provided in the VDOE model policies. School boards have a moral and legal obligation to enact policies that create a safe education environment for all students, including transgender and non-binary students. Failure to adopt equitable policies exacerbates discrimination, stigma, and harm against an already marginalized community. Trans and non-binary children experience higher rates of discrimination, harassment, bullying, and violence than their cisgender peers. For example, here in Virginia, nearly 72% of LGBTQ high school students reported being bullied, compared to 50% of non-LGBTQ high school students. Failure to adopt model policies also prevents transgender and non-binary youth from accessing essential facilities like school bathrooms, denying them full inclusion in school. A 2020 survey by the Trevor Project found 61% of transgender and non-binary children reported being prevented or discouraged from using a bathroom that corresponds with their gender identity, with school being the most frequent place where bathroom discrimination occurs. And I know you just heard that from someone who provided public comment. However, we do have a way to stop and roll back these terrible statistics and lived experience for this vulnerable community. According to the GLSEN 2019 National School Climate Survey, trans and non-binary students who attended schools with affirming policies or guidelines were less likely to experience anti-LGBTQ discrimination than in schools without such policies. They also felt a greater sense of belonging to their school community than those at schools without them. Moreover, these policies or guidelines, like the model policies, are endorsed by professional education associations, including the National Association of School Psychologists, the National PTA, and the National Association of Secondary School Principals. Policies preventing transgender and non-binary youth from accessing school facilities consistent with their gender identity is illegal and unconstitutional, as well under well-established federal law. And Grimm, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, held that the school board's policy limiting bathroom usage to a student's biological gender violated Title IX of the Education Amendments Act and violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The school board had to pay $1.3 million in attorney's fees after spending years unsuccessfully defending the bathroom ban up to the Supreme Court twice. Despite federal and state law, some Virginia school boards have declined to adopt the model policies and adopted patchwork policies, placing them at legal risk. Transgender students already live and go to school in Virginia. Failure to adopt the model policies will continue to cause severe harm to trans students who are just trying to live their lives and go to school along with their peers. It is for these reasons we, the ACLU, urge every school board to adopt the model policies. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tatus, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Not started yet. First, I'd like you to notice my shirt. Let children be children. Nobody up here that is speaking for transgender children has ever mentioned the World Professional Association of Transgender Health. Not one person on the committee that formed these policies consulted WPATH, WPATH. They have a US WPATH. Trans pioneer, Berkeley-based clinical psychologist Erica Anderson resigned from her position as president, warning that many transgender healthcare providers were treating kids recklessly. That's going to earn me a lot of criticism from colleagues, but given what I see, my experience as a psychologist treating gender variant youth makes me worried that decisions will be made that will later be regretted by those making them. Call her, him, that has already transitioned a transphobic. Dr. Anderson added, the better approach was one that evaluated the mental health of some historically and to prepare them for making such a life-changing decision. The chair of WPATH, Child and Adolescent Committee, Dr. Laura Edwards-Leeper said last year, I think it is a bad idea to disregard parents. In 99% of the circumstances, professionals who know what they're doing should be involved. In not just Chesterfield, in Virginia, you have been given the right, not the Board of Psychology, to create a psychologist that's not a psychologist. They're in our schools. They're the people assessing these children. That's where we're failing them. It is important to notify the difference of gender dysphoric children and adolescents is in disproportion for whom dysphoria persists into adulthood. Gender dysphoria during childhood does not inevitably continue into adulthood. 6 to 23% of these children that you are allowing to identify as children, 6 to 23% will go into adulthood. What about the rest of them that you are allowing to lock into a gender that by adulthood, by the World Professional Association of Transgender Health says they will not go into adulthood? Has anybody consulted these people instead of people with political agendas? I don't have one. Let's go to DESA and DESA Mini, Devereaux, Aperture, the early warning systems, Panorama, all of this data that is being collected that nobody knows about. COPA, nobody's being notified that their children are having assessments done on them. And let me tell you, if you pull it up, the Library of Virginia, 75 years after they graduate, this data will sit in the statewide longitudinal database. 75 years. The OIG sent Stephen Staples in 2017 that the statewide law, excuse me, one more minute, please, that they failed every manner the OIG did a full assessment, failed every single way to protect these children's data. And what does these assessments spit out? T-scores on their hyperactivity, aggression, depression, anxiety, anger control, again, interpersonal social stress, ADHD, oppositional defiant disorder. This stuff sits for 75 years. So are we going to be the Republic of China with social credit scores? Are we? Because that's what these children are doing. Children are not getting into college and they think it's because of race. They have divided us by what's between our legs or is not, by the color of our skin, so that nobody can see reason that what we're doing to these children is going to generationally destroy them, because this will sit there forever. I will leave you my information. I have all of it. If you want to actually do something to take care of all of these children.
Thank you. Michelle Williams. Michelle Williams. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I would like to start off with the most recent event. That could have been so much better. That in 2017, if Samantha Hollins had not texted individuals during a meeting that would have allowed my son to re-enter school, I would not be reading this part to you this morning. The text from Samantha Hollins was, and I quote, in the meeting now. It was 2 months later that my son was allowed to re-enter school, but my son had mentally deteriorated at that time. This is from my son. Samantha knows him very well. Say his name, Deontay. Provide what you can, if not, no hard feelings. Life is so much more than the people in this world dish out. No point in talking about it. Actions speak louder than words. I rest in peace. As I stand before you, my son could have taken his last breath last night. Due to Samantha Hollins' actions and not helping him to receive the help and support that he needed, that I spoke out about. Now, let's move forward. I spoke to you all a month ago. Homebound teacher from Richmond Public Schools. Text communications, myself. Have you received his IEP yet? No, that's not really my position to be involved in his IEP. I'm only assigned through the homebound office, not necessarily through the school. You can't respond, but we all know that that is a lie. I strongly disagree with you. May I ask who informed you? No one has informed me of this. I've been doing homebound for 7 years. I sign up at the beginning, get the information from homebound office. I either take it to the student or don't. The need for services and why is complete before it's assigned. I am not involved in the IEP process. My son has not been provided a complete IEP. The amount of service hours has not even been agreed or determined. Richmond Public Schools, Broad Rock, had a job to do. They had a position to do, and that was to monitor. They failed my son. My son sat at home for 49 days. And some of you remember me addressing that to you all the last time I was here. From September of 2021 to current date, my son is owed over 10,000 hours of compensatory services. 40 hours was put on the table, and just yesterday, 100 hours was put on the table. They don't even have a homebound instructor for my son. I sat in what was the 6th IEP development meeting. Why? Because Richmond Public Schools refuses to identify my son as an individual with autism. They refuse to. They want to group everything underneath multiple disabilities, and I will not allow that to happen. I have emailed everyone, including Samantha Hollins, and the individuals who she left in place. And they left people in place. No one has contacted me back from the last time I spoke to you all to the emails that have gone out. No one has done so. My son has not even had a transitional IEP meeting because they refused to hold a 3-hour IEP development meeting. So you know what happens when you want to play dog games with me? You get handed dog treats. And that's exactly what I did in the last meeting. Stop allowing the individuals in position to help our children who receive federal funding to continue educational genocide. My son has not had his Chromebook, access to his Chromebook, because they refuse to give him his work. It has been 2 weeks now, 2 weeks. The nurse, I have it on recording. They refused to honor his medical to allow him to use the bathroom in the nurse's office. No one provided him with his medical. And it's highly documented. It needs to end, and I expect an email no later than Monday morning with some resolutions. This is a call for urgency, and it needs to happen. It needs to happen. Chesterfield, I have a 12th grader who just graduated. No transitional meeting, no completed eligibility meeting, nothing. Not that I didn't ask. Oh, and guess what? She has an IEE that Chesterfield refuses to facilitate. It's approved. Refuses to facilitate it. Stop killing our children. Stop. The governor already gave y'all orders. Y'all need to follow them. Thank you.
Thank you. Major Mansfield? Major Mansfield?
He's coming. He's coming.
Better for our children, Samantha.
Good morning, folks.
Morning.
My name is Major Mansfield. I come from the Hanover school system, which has been one of the leaders in the state for many years. My objective today is to give you input from some of the things that are being taught in our schools that you may not even know about. We celebrated 3 people today for the excellence in math and science. Well, there are other things being taught with and without the superintendent's knowledge. One of them, and I'm gonna give you the reaction from a child, it's called The Black Friend on Being a Better White Person. You know what that does? That divides whites and blacks, young people. They play together. They have sleepovers. This book is trying to divide them, just like others are trying to divide blacks against whites, men against women. They're trying to destroy it. This book right here, a child brought it home, confused as hell about why he's not a good person when he has a black friend. One other, and this is really, excuse me, really something. Here, this is a centerfold in a book. The book is A Place Inside of Me. You see here, Black Lives Matter. Sure it does. But here, Black Lives Matter against the police, teaching our children to go against the police. But this one here, it says there, this is in one of the books that a child brought home for us to read. There's anger inside of me, a fury deep down inside of me that is sharp enough to slice through air, flesh, bone, concrete. A black child. You know, I had hoped my 3rd generation of children would graduate from Lee Davis, but I go to every meeting at school board. I am on the board of directors of a private school that we set up this past year. And my 3rd generation of children will not graduate from Hanover schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the list of people who signed up to speak. Is there anybody else in the audience who would like to speak to the board? Yeah, please come forward and state your name and affiliation if you so desire.
Andrew Moorhead, Old Church, Virginia, in eastern Hanover County. 32 years tax-paying resident of the once great Commonwealth of Virginia. I listened to the transgender argument, and it sounds like the solution is clear. Sounds like the solution is more resource officers in the schools, AKA the police. If the social workers and psychologists and things that this society wants to be first responders can't keep bullying from happening, Seems like we need to step it up a piece. And what I am more concerned about is the safety of the little girls in my own community. Because I know if I was pubescent and my option was to identify as Andrea instead of Andrew, you best better believe, have y'all ever seen the I believe it was Porky's, the bathroom scene where the guys were looking through the hole? When I was a pubescent, I can guarantee you I would have been one of at least 15 who would have been sitting in the girls' locker room with a bag of popcorn just to get a run. What about protecting these children, as in the Loudoun County, from sexual assault? How about the majority of the population that defines as heterosexual having their children taught that it's better for you to be Sally than it is Sam? And this goes back to indoctrination. However, as far as keeping them safe, giving them an option, if they want to be referred to as they, them, then give them their own bathroom and leave the little girls and little boys who are subjected and their parents, and they live in fear of being molested day in and day out. And I can tell you, I was a new kid in Hanover County schools. These kids have been going together to school since kindergarten. These kids have been playing Little League, going to the same rec. You imagine being in 6th grade and going to a new school where the community's that tight and the type of bullying I faced. Just food for thought, but my answer would be obvious if I was in your position. Advocate for more resource officers in schools and advocate for them to, or they, let me be correct, them or they, whichever is correct, to have their own bathroom facilities to keep the majority of the children, particularly little girls, safe from sexual predators, their age and older, when a teacher gets into the system that identifies him or herself as another gender, to go into the bathroom and get a peep show. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to address the board?
My name is Paul Teal, and I'm from Hanover County too, 40-some years there, a Virginia boy. I am concerned and have been to our Board of Supervisors meetings as well as school board meetings. And I've constantly hearing this issue of transgender. Well, I have, which you cannot see, a photograph here. This woman is a minister. She spent a lot of time at a large Episcopal church here in Richmond. She's now in Davidson, North Carolina. But I'd like to read this to you. What a joyful first week at St. Albans weekday preschool after so many months of being home. Chris, this kid's getting ready, or whatever, is getting ready to go to kindergarten. Chris is exploring gender identity, and we are so grateful to be part of an inclusive school where the teachers make space for every child's journey. God, we thank you for this amazing community and this awesome kid. That's a kindergartner, not even in kindergarten yet. A boy dressed as a girl. The parents are pushing this issue, and our Board of Supervisors over in Hanover County, that's all you hear is the hatred from transgender people. And the previous speaker hit it right on the head. It can be taken care of with the proper locker room and bathroom facilities. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? I don't see anybody coming forward. I can't see the far right of the room, but anybody? In that case, we will close public comment. Thank you all for being with us today. First item then, or next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. We have 3 items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion either to approve the agenda or to pull an item from the agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Davis-Vaught. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that carries. All right, we're going to make a slight change in the order of presentation here. In order, frankly, to accommodate scheduling and to be polite to those folks who serve on the State Special Education Advisory Committee, we are going to hear their report next. So this, I'm not sure what item this used to be, but it was down toward the bottom, and we're going to move it up front. I'd like to ask Dr. Hollins, Brian Sumo, Chair of SSEAC, and Marguerite Jeffer, Vice Chair, to come to the podium to present the annual report. Good morning, Dr. Hollins.
Good morning, President Gecker, members of the board, and Superintendent Balo. It's my pleasure to be with you this morning. It's even more so my pleasure to introduce the chair and vice chair of your state special education advisory committee. As they take their seats, I'd like to introduce our chair, Mr. Brian Sumo, and our vice chair, Ms. Marguerite Jeffer of the state special education advisory committee, or SEAC, to present their annual report. Before they get started, I just want to offer a note that it has sincerely been my pleasure to staff and support the State Special Education Advisory Committee over the past year. Mr. Sumo is a board-certified behavior analyst who has a history of school administration, serving as a representative for professional organizations for our private schools and private providers. And Ms. Jeffers is a school social worker and parent, and both of them have been staunch and tireless advocates for students with disabilities in the Commonwealth. And it's been my pleasure to work with them. And so I will toss it over to the chair, Mr. Sumo, to get started, and we'll walk you through the very short amount of slides we have to capture all of the work that they, along with the committee, have done this year. Brian?
Thank you very much. All right, the purpose of the SEAC is to promote the education of children with disabilities by providing advice and policy guidance based on input from citizens and constituent groups. The SEAC is organized and functions in accordance with state and federal requirements, represents various stakeholder groups as prescribed by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. Our administrative year runs from July 1st to June 30th. In the committee, we have 5 subcommittees, and over the past year, we had 4 meetings, 1 virtual and 3 in person.
One of the duties of the SEAC is very much outlined in the regulations, and I want to just review it very quickly because on the state and also on the local SEAC, we often get confused with advocacy, and that is not our role. Our role is to advise the school board, the Virginia Board of Education for unmet needs, comment on public and any rules and regulations, advise the VDOE in developing and reporting on data, and also advise the Board of Education in developing and implementation policies, and so on. So that is our role, and I think we need to be aware of that. We have 5 subcommittees, and I want to go very quickly over those. We have the executive subcommittee that includes the chair, the vice chair, secretary, and then 3 members at large. We have a nomination committee. We have policy and regulation committee that is looking at focusing on initiatives and the state level. We have student achievement and student outcome committee. This subcommittee focuses on achievement and outcome data and goals. And then we have Family Engagement and Community Outreach Committee that focus on providing recommendation to the Board of Education on family engagement and community outreach with best practices. And I think that is very important right now in times like this.
Right, over the course of our year and meetings we've had, we always accept public comments. We also have reports from our constituents. And the basic themes that came out this year include staff roles on individualized education, program teams, and implementation of procedural safeguards, discipline and graduation rates, early childhood evaluations, pandemic recovery services as it relates to students with disabilities, homelessness, foster care, and human trafficking, teacher recruitment and retention, staff shortages and compensation, Virginia Essentialized Standards of Learning, Comprehensive Services Act, CSA funding, mental health, stress of students, staff, and parents, higher education, grant cycles, and learning gaps for students with disabilities from the pandemic. Also, throughout our meetings, our subcommittees meet regularly, and these are some of the discussion and presentation topics that we've had over the course of the year. Support for local special education advisory committees, joint legislative audit and review committee, JLARC studies report, priorities with special education and coordination of general education, pandemic impact and funding, statewide growth assessments, teacher recruitment and retention, diploma options, General Assembly briefing, parent ombudsman, teacher diversity, and SOLs and VESOLs. Over the course of the year, and we'd certainly like to commend the Board of Education and the Virginia Department of Education for what has taken place. And these include model guidelines for positive and preventive code of student conduct, policy, and alternatives to suspensions, Virginia Career and Learning Center for School Mental Health Professionals, or CLC, critical decision points and modules for administrators, high-quality present levels of performance modules, Virginia Social Emotional Learning Guidance Standards, development and implementation of new Virginia Alternate Assessment Program, recovery services for students with disabilities, CARES Act and American Rescue Plan funding, standards-based IEP technical assistance, teacher recruitment and retention, updated eligibility determination documents, and following the JLARC recommendations.
So we hope that we can say that we came to the end of the pandemic, but if we look around, it makes maybe years to really rectify the damage that the pandemic had done to the learning of students, especially students with disability. For the past several years, we have focused on migration efforts, virtual learning, mental health needs, and so on. But we need to move our focus now to identify the next step in the education of students with special needs. I've seen a lot of teachers leaving the field, especially last year, because it was overwhelming. It was discipline went through the roof. Classroom management was very difficult to maintain. We had so many mental health issues in the school settings because we had kids who were not in school for 18 months. In my school district, especially in the school where I'm working, our suicidal ideation rate went up 38%. And that is huge. It's a lot of time to assess and evaluate those kids to make them that they're safe. Teachers are leaving the field because compensation rates are not there. It's safer or even better for a teacher to work in another field because they make more money. And that is a crisis that we're facing, and especially when we're looking at special education students. So I think our recommendation and our plea to the school board is that we really need to look at renewal of teacher licensures. We really need to focus on what is best practice and helping them to get the teacher license and also to retain teachers. We are asking the BDOE to help to educate them more in depth, including a practicum with special education so that they are much more reversed in that. We're also asking that for assistant principals, that they really know what special education is all about. So when they are sitting in eligibility meetings, that they know the rules and regulations and not the social worker and psychologist or other people who are more adept in those areas. The next thing that we really would recommend to VDOE is to look into teaching and training local CX. I think during the pandemic, a lot of local CX did not really operate. And so it's really difficult for some CX to get going again. And so I think CX is really important for the local community. We also talked about that it would be easier if we could live stream our sessions. And so the VDOE staff is right now investigating options to maintain the requirement while providing a kind of accessibility to the stakeholders. So that is another point. Another point was that there was the HB 1800 of the 2021 Appropriation Act, that high school students had the options to stay longer because they weren't served during the pandemic, and we're asking that to be prolonged for the next year as well, because some kids really did not got an education during that time because they could not focus on virtual learning. We also recommended the Board of Education to continue to focus on the guidance, training, and technical assistance for local school division and supporting and serving students with disability with a history of neurological impact and atypical vision behaviors. So those kids need more support as well. The other issue that we're feeling very strongly is that we have to look at the diploma option. And we are asking VDOE not to make diploma option contingent on SOL data and SOL participant, especially for our children with special needs. That would be a big issue. If that would be not part of the equation. Anything to add?
No, that's good.
Great, thank you guys so much. And so that brings a close the presentation and recommendations made by your advisory committee. Any of the three of us would be happy to answer any questions or take any feedback.
Sure. First, let me thank you for being with us today, and thank you for all the work you do on behalf of the children. Now I'll open up to the board for questions. Are there any questions at this time? Ms. Halton?
Well, first, just a word of thank you for your service, especially in these difficult times. The pandemic has made everything in education challenging, and the fact that you all have persevered and come forward with recommendations today, we're very grateful. My first question is, am I right that your committee is composed largely, not entirely, but largely of parents of children with disabilities?
Correct.
Yeah.
We do. We have 8 parents representatives of the 8 kind of region, but then we also have stakeholders from school board. We have a superintendent, we have special education director, we have foster care and prevention, we have social services.
Several student representatives.
Great. Oh,
Yeah.
parents and
Or-
students.
Well,
Good.
student representatives and people with disabilities.
Wonderful, wonderful.
PC.
So that I've got 2 more questions. I hear you. The second question is, I hear you saying that teacher recruitment and retention is, I see in your written report and your comments today, a major issue. Can you elaborate more on that in terms of the personal experiences you have had, or other members of your, what are you hearing about what that means at the front lines,
So
and what are solutions?
I had a special ed teacher. She was phenomenal in reading. She was out in Gillingham trained. She was able to get students within a year to grade level ahead. And she was just so passionate, and she had wonderful classroom management. She was amazing. And in December, she came to me and said, "Margaret, I'm not able to continue teaching." And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Margaret, I cannot afford teaching anymore." And she started crying, and she said, "We have to live, and I cannot afford staying, even though it breaks my heart to leave the kids." She found a position in a Medicaid office to do Medicaid from home. She said, "They're paying me the double what I'm making right now." And that is not one person alone. I mean, we have so many other teaching, and I'm really excited that the governor was making the 10% increase in teacher salary possible, but that is a drop in the bucket. It is not enough, unfortunately, and so we have so many rural communities where they're not even on the level than other communities are. You know, working in a rural community is necessary, but the funding is not there. And so
So when somebody like that, a longtime veteran, successful special ed teacher leaves, what happens? Who fills those shoes?
we got a substitute.
A substitute teacher? So not
No.
not a licensed, trained special education teacher? Not even a permanent,
No, ma'am.
um,
Because it's in the middle of the school year and we have to find those teachers and there's not enough teachers available. Now other counties are asking for a sign-on bonus. So to get good teachers, they're giving a sign-on bonus. Rural communities cannot do that. And so the good teachers are going into communities where the pay is better. And then rural communities who really need good teachers are left alone.
So I hear you that one suggestion, as you say, the General Assembly and the governor have seen fit to include in the budget that I think is about to be finalized, a 10% increase over the next 2 years. But I hear you say that's not enough when a teacher can leave and double their salary.
I'm very grateful for the 10%.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Right, right.
Because we had
Right.
years where we had nothing. We didn't even get a step.
Well, if you have other suggestions, so I hear that suggestion loud and clear. If there are other suggestions about what we can do about attracting and retaining great teachers for our students with disabilities, you know, we'd be grateful to hear them.
Yeah, I mean, I think even making state reciprocity easier, you know, with other states, you know, that border us or, you know, anywhere in the country. You know, I'd also, particularly for students with disabilities, having an easy route to gain licensure for students to teach students with special needs. One idea that I thought from one of our constituents or Hvac members from the secondary education, they had their student teachers go out and be substitutes within the local school divisions. And you know, how much that helped, you know, I mean, sure, it helped a little bit, but you know, allowing that substitute teacher to do substitute teaching as part of their course credit was, I thought, a great idea. You know, and I certainly think that would be helpful to any area that has, you know, or any university within an area that has a good special ed program. It would be helpful too.
Thank you. And then I have one other question, and that is, we've heard a lot earlier today about parents interacting with the special ed system, and a lot of frustration, certainly. You all work regularly with Dr. Hollins and her staff. Can you tell me whether or not you're getting the support you need, and elaborate more on that, your evaluation of how the department's doing?
I honestly have to say that Samantha Holland or Dr. Holland is amazing. She has been supportive so much, and even before she was in that role, she came in for conferences. I had a, you know, on a personal note, I had some issues with an IEP, and I came and we needed support and understanding. And at that point, I just knew her as Sam. And she was there and she helped me through that. And that was probably in 2008 or 2004, 2008. And so I always remember that as, you know, it's very helpful. And on the state Hvac, she is amazing in terms of bringing the issues that we have to the point, giving us the information that we need, but also guides us in terms of where to go and where to find help and how to look at an issue from a different perspective. So yes, we have an amazing support in that.
Thank you. Your feedback very much appreciated.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Dr. Mann.
Muted. I'm sorry.
Perfect.
I was muted. Good morning, Dr. Hollins, and thank you all so much for your presentation. I took note that in the recommendations, one of the things you also noted was exploring the feasibility of making the advisory committees available for live public stream. I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about what that. I guess I would really just like to understand how challenging that might be. Maybe that's not a question for you. Maybe that's a question for Superintendent Balo, but I am curious because it's showing up as a recommendation. I imagine there are resources that are required to do it, but I just think in the interest of helping to educate and ensure that people understand the ways in which the committee is working and the kinds of issues that it is deliberating over, obviously these kinds of opportunities, make that more accessible to the public. So.
Dr. Mann, this is Dr. Hollins. I'm happy to talk to that point. And Marguerite and Brian shared that it's something that the State Special Education Advisory is keen to do, which is increase accessibility and communication, really to help stand up and support our local special education advisory committees. In Virginia, we're very lucky to have a very strong, very driven state SEAC. However, that is not the case for many of our localities across the state. And so it's their belief, as well as the remainder of the committee, to really think about ways that we can provide access to information, feedback, comments received from the public and stakeholders to help support our local CX. And so I, along with my staff, Hank Millward, who's the director of our facilities and family engagement team, and most of our staff at the department are working alongside of Emily and others to really ensure that we can create those access points while also creating opportunities for boots on the ground training for our local CX as well. So we are already on top of that recommendation and working to fulfill it and make sure that the great information and feedback that we receive at the state level is something that our local counterparts can enjoy as well.
I appreciate that. I also noticed that there was a concern referenced around early intervention evaluations. I wonder if you could just elaborate a little bit on that. That was a concern that was articulated, and I wanted to get a little bit more color. Is it that we really don't have the capacity within Child Find to address the need for evaluations? So maybe you could unpack that a little bit.
Sure. And I'll let Marguerite and Brian weigh in on this. The concern has really been coming out of the pandemic, and the committee spent a lot of time this year digging into post-pandemic data and the impact on students with disabilities. And what we see in the identification and evaluation metrics, particularly for young children who didn't have a chance to be exposed to preschool opportunities and even to start kindergarten in time in most cases, we saw a decrease in students identified for special education supports and services. And so it's been an area of focus, and we think ongoing, particularly in working with Deputy Superintendent Conway to ensure that as more service options and placement spots become available, that we're ensuring equitable access for students with disabilities and making sure that our early education and early childhood providers are well-versed and well-trained to spot the symptoms and work with parents to identify students and get them the services they need as early and intensively as possible to ensure their success academically, socially, and behaviorally.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I actually think the comment that was raised by Ms. Fulton's question, when you think about the need for early childhood educators to really have support in this space, I know that certainly many providers are struggling with some of the same dilemmas that exist in K-12 around the need for added support. So as we think about wanting to see more children come in early, we know early intervention works, but for sure those providers are going to need to have support in order to effectively address those needs. And so thank you for that.
My pleasure. And there's actually a memo that's sitting on my desk when I get back down to my office that has some training opportunities we're engaging with over the summer with professionals. So definitely an area of need and something that we're working together across the department to begin to address.
Thank you.
Dr. Duran.
Yes, I just want to really thank you for your service on this state advisory committee. And as a personal point of privilege, I want to just shout out to my community, the Arlington Special Education Advisory Committee, who no matter what policy, no matter what initiative, no matter what curriculum, they provide us the most detailed, supportive, amazing feedback. And so I just want to give a shout out to you at the state level for doing that for us, and give a special shout out to them, and encourage that as we think about, and you described that as you're working, one of your goals and commendations is making sure that all of our counties and all of our school systems have that type of an engagement with their local school division. I would really encourage how you think about that, Dr. Holland, supporting a model for how they can engage in training and bringing forth good examples. And I would say our example in Arlington is a model in terms of how they engage with localities. And I think that's a great opportunity for what you described in one of your areas of concern and a recommendation. How do you develop that across the Commonwealth. So just thank you for that, and a shout out to my local group.
Thank you so much, Dr. Duran. A shout out to the folks sitting at this table and in our committee who reviewed a lot of the educational material and video that we worked together with PTSI to provide as on-demand training for local CX. And I also have 2 staff members, soon to be 3, out in the field doing those trainings as requested, traveling to all 4 corners of the Commonwealth. So thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for questions, I think. Yes, not looking to cut it off. I just want to make sure. So again, thank you for being with us. Thank you for the work that you do. We certainly appreciate all of it, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we have 2 options. We can either take a break or I can take a break. So I think board's going to take a 10-minute recess. Can we get Dr. Mann back? Yes. Like a miracle. Okay, item D, final review to certify a list of qualified persons for the office of Division Superintendent of Schools.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Joan Johnson, Assistant Superintendent of Teacher Ed and Licensure. I'll be presenting item D for you today. Greetings, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, State Superintendent Balo, and board members. Greetings, greetings. Again, I will be presenting for final review to certify a list of qualified persons for the Office of Division of Superintendents of Schools. Given the item is final review, I'll provide the superintendent's recommendation and a brief explanation of why the item is for your review as an action item today. As you're aware, the Constitution of Virginia requires the Virginia Board of Education to certify to school boards of each division a list of qualified persons for the Office of Division Superintendent of Schools, one of whom shall be selected to fill the post by the division school board. As is the protocol, the board has been provided a list of names of individuals that have met all of the criteria for eligibility of the division superintendent as outlined in the licensure regulations. See attachment A. While all have met the requirements, today we have one unique applicant or anomaly applying for a division superintendent license under option 4 of the licensure regs for school personnel. As noted in the background details, this is unique in that this individual is being recommended based on a desire of option 4, where the school board is interested in employing this individual, as well as a minimum of 3 years of experience, a full-time experience in a senior leadership position, such as a chief executive officer or senior military officer, none of which relate to education, experience in education, academic preparation, or competence as the other options do. So today, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the board certify the individuals named on the attached list for the Office of Division of Superintendent of Schools. I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay. Does that include the individual who is qualifying under 4?
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
And that's, so the recommendation is to give a full superintendent's license, even though it is specific to a specific school board request, as opposed to meeting the generalized requirements.
That is correct, because they have met option 4, which is part of the licensure regulations. They're just meeting, typically the others that you have heard before are meeting it, using the other options. And this one is just unique, but it is part of the regulations that they have met the eligibility criteria.
Any questions about this? Yeah.
Just to make clear that it is the superintendent's recommendation that we approve the list, including that individual under section 4.
That is correct. All names
Is that right?
listed. Yes, all names listed.
Thank you.
I guess it puts us in a position where we could have one school board, have somebody who otherwise doesn't meet the professional qualifications, get somebody qualified effectively statewide.
That is correct. There are no limits based on the regulations because they are meeting it in option 4. I believe State Superintendent Balo suggested and I guess recognized the due diligence of any school division that would be going through a selection process, and that really this puts the onus on that particular school board if they are interested in hiring this
Which
individual.
school board is it?
I think it's Fairfax. Let me look. Yeah,
In Fairfax City?
Fairfax City, that was the distinction.
Fairfax
yes,
City. How many schools does Fairfax City have?
They have 3 schools, but they have a joint partnership with Fairfax County Public Schools, where Fairfax County Public Schools are responsible for the educational aspect of it. The curriculum office, the special education office support the curricular side. Having worked there and having been the chief academic officer, for example, when I was in that role, we supported those schools for the curriculum side. And so this individual primarily supports the operational side of the work. And they do have a separate school board which oversees the financial aspect of that city. But there's a joint agreement that's been in place for many, many years to have the curriculum and the student support side supported from the Fairfax County Public Schools. It's a very interesting partnership, but having lived in that partnership myself and having supported those 3 schools in Fairfax City, I can attest that that is how the partnership works.
Right. So what we're being asked to do is take an individual who has got really, not the formal, if you will, requirements. I understand the alternative way to get there, who is being asked to, really be in a jurisdiction that does not have the academic requirements because it's contracted out to another party. And so, I guess I have no issue with operationally saying, they can be superintendent in, or he or she can be superintendent in Fairfax City. I'm a little bit unclear whether it's a good policy move for us to say that somebody who qualifies to essentially do the operational side of schools also has the qualifications based upon Fairfax City's, I guess, recommendation to do the academic side. And so, I raised the question, is it correct for us to give essentially a statewide license to someone who is not being asked to perform really even the full, what would normally be considered everywhere else, the full role of a school division superintendent?
Mr. President, I understand that concern, but I would, if I understood correctly, the presentation, this individual has met the requirements under option 4. So if we're being asked to make new regulations, that's a separate issue which you're raising. But if our current regulations state that this individual has met those options, the state superintendent has approved that and has recommended, this individual, then I feel very comfortable, if I'm hearing correctly, that this individual has met all of what option 4 is currently. I think the question you raise is a good one for discussion, but I think in my mind, that's a discussion related to when we're establishing the regulations, if that was something we wanted to change and not have an option 4 available. But as it currently stands, option 4 is available, and this individual has met that. So I would be supporting that for that reason.
Okay. Anybody else? And Francisco, I'll rely upon your knowledge of the local area and what has to happen and who's involved. So, I'm happy to support it. Is there a motion to adopt this list?
So moved.
Or certify the list, So moved. There's a second.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Davis-Vaught. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, item E, final review of exempt action to update HVAC 20-490-30's length of school day requirement. Mr. Chapman.
President Gecker, Vice President Mann, members of the board, Superintendent Belo. Chapter 582 of the 2020 Acts of the Assembly amended Section 22.1-79.1 to standardize the minimal instructional time requirement across grades K through 12. And whereas kindergarten previously required a minimum of 540 hours of instructional time, Chapter 532 requires a minimum of 990 hours of instructional time. Chapter 582 included a delayed enactment clause so that the amendments would become effective on July 1st, 2022. In order to comply with this chapter, at the last board meeting, we asked you to make an amendment to the standards of accreditation in order to effect the same change in state statute. We're now asking that the board would make an amendment to its regulations governing school boards local to make sure that the requirements upon school boards are the same and mirror the standards of accreditation in accordance with the law. We couldn't include this as part of the last action, or we didn't. We've since realized we need to make this change as well. And so we're not asking for a discretionary change. This is simply to accord with state law. And we're asking that you would, and the superintendent recommends that you waive first review and approve this exempt action.
Okay, any comments or questions? Is there a motion to waive and approve?
So moved.
Second. Ms. Holton, thank you, Dr. Mann. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Final review of exempt action to comport 8 VAC 20-23-100 with Chapter 546 of the 22 Acts of Assembly. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you very much. Yes, Chapter 546 of the 2022 Acts of the Assembly, amended 22.1-298.1 of the Code of Virginia to expand licensure reciprocity to spouses of reserve members of the Armed Forces of the United States or members of the Virginia National Guard who have obtained a valid out-of-state license. Chapter 546 further requires that the applicant's spouse include permanent military assignment orders along with the application, and that the Virginia Department of Education determine and communicate the spouse's eligibility for licensure by reciprocity within 15 business days of receipt of the completed application. As a result, we are asking that you would approve this action to amend 8 VAC 20-23-100 in order to align with the new statute. This statute goes into effect on July 1st. We're trying to be proactive about getting these exempt actions. It will not go into effect, of course, until after July 1st. So we're just trying to be proactive here.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt this item?
I'll make a motion to adopt.
Thank you, Dr. Davis-Wald. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Any comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item G, first review of recommended cut scores for the new Virginia Alternate Assessment Program tests in math, reading, and science. Ms. Shelley Loving-Ryder. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Gecker, before I begin, I wanted to introduce to the board Dr. Sarah Sussberry. Sarah is the Director of Student Assessment, our long-serving Director of Student Assessment, and really manages the day-to-day operations of the state assessment programs. Typically, when we have assessment items, I bring them to you, but in the next few months, we will probably be presenting together. So Sarah's here today to help me respond to any specific questions you have about this particular board item. So we are here today to bring to you for first review recommended cut scores for the new Virginia Alternate Assessment Program in mathematics, reading, and science. And as background, we have had a Virginia Alternate Assessment Program known as Hvac for about 20 years. But in 2019, as part of the peer review process, the United States Department of Education notified Virginia that the portfolio-based assessment that we had used for Hvac for a very long time was no longer acceptable under the Every Student Succeeds Act, and that we would have to replace that assessment. We spent the next year or so trying to find the best solution for Virginia. And after a lot of deliberation, we determined that the best option for us was to partner with the Behavioral Research and Teaching Institute at the University of Oregon. This group had actually developed the alternate assessment that's used in Oregon. And we were also able to have a memorandum of agreement with the Oregon Department of Education so that we could use those items in developing the new Hvac assessment. So the new Hvac tests are based on academic content standards that are derived from the standards of learning, but they have been reduced in breadth, depth, and complexity. And you heard about these when the SEAC was doing their presentation. They're known as the Virginia Essentialized Standards of Learning. And so over the past 2 years, a VDOE assessment and special education staff have worked closely with staff at BRT at the University of Oregon to develop the VSOLs and also to develop the new Hvac test. Again, because of the need to develop the new Hvac test very quickly, the assessment that was administered in 2022 was composed primarily of items that had been developed for the Oregon alternate assessment and had been administered to students with significant cognitive disabilities in Oregon. Since the Hvac tests are new, the board must establish minimum scores or cut scores for the performance levels of proficient and advanced. As is typically the case, we brought together committees of educators, this time educators with experience in teaching students with significant cognitive disabilities. And those teachers were convened in April and May of this year. And they reviewed the VAP test items for all 3 tests and they are recommending to the board minimum cut scores. And it again is for the reading and mathematics test in grades 3 through 8 and high school, and also for the science test in 5, 8, and high school. And there's 1 committee for each grade level. We had an extensive discussion of the standard setting process in a work session in April, so I will not go into great detail again, and you also have an explanation in attachment A. But for the benefit of the public who may be watching, I will review very briefly the standard setting process. Again, we had 1 committee for each grade level, so 3, 4, 5, etc. And each committee, after receiving training on the standard setting process, they began their deliberations by thinking about the characteristics of students who just make it into an achievement level. So those students who are just over the line into proficient, and those students who are just over the line into advanced. And the idea was for the committee members to further define the knowledge and skills those students just over the line would have. The reason for that is so that there would be a common understanding of what it means to be just proficient as the committee members reviewed the test items. So following that discussion, each committee member independently reviewed each of the 30 items on the test. And each committee began with math, then moved to reading, and then finally those grade levels that had science finished with science. So as they reviewed each of the 30 items, they thought about students who are just proficient and estimated whether or not most students who are just proficient would get that item correctly. And then they used the same procedure for the advanced category. Those deliberations are called round 1. So it's the first deliberations that the committee makes. When it's completed, each committee member has recorded a yes or no for each question on the test for proficient and advanced. And then each committee member's ratings are converted to a cut score. And so the cut score is defined as the number of questions the student must answer correctly to be classified as either proficient or advanced. So for example, if I said, yes, a barely proficient student should get 15 of the 30 items correct, then my cut score recommendation would be 15 out of 30. So after the initial judgment of the items, round 1, each committee member is provided information about what the other committee members judged, and then they also have extensive discussion about items where there was disagreement. So for example, I might have said that a particular item, a student who's barely proficient would get it correct, but Mrs. Davis-Vaught might have said that the student would not have gotten it correct. I apologize, Dr. Davis-Vaught. So this judgment process is completed twice more with discussion in between. And that concludes the work of the grade level committees. So you'll see in the charts that we'll go through in a bit that really it is that round 3 final judgment that is in the charts that we'll review as far as the grade level committee's recommendation. After the work of those individual grade level committees is completed, a smaller group of educators that's composed of 2 or 3 members from each grade level committee is convened to review the results of the round 3 results from each of the grade level committees. In addition, this committee is given impact data, estimated impact data. And by that I mean it's an estimate of how many students will fall into each achievement category. So how many will be proficient, how many will be advanced, and ultimately how many will pass the test. And really the role of that articulation committee is to review the round 3 results in light of the impact data and determine whether if there are differences in the impact or the number of students who would pass, is it explainable by the difference in the content. So that brings us to the end of standard setting. So what you will see today will be the results of the grade level committees for each of the tests. And you will also see the articulation committee's recommendation You'll notice in some places the articulation committee did recommend a change in the cut score from what the grade level committee recommended. And then the final step is staff meet with Superintendent Balo and discuss the outcome. She is provided with information about the test and the impact data. And then in some cases, she has recommended changes to the articulation committee's recommendations. And you'll see that reflected in the superintendent's recommendation. So we'll now begin to look at the actual charts that are in attachment B, and Kevin is helping us by projecting those so that I don't know that you can really see them, so it may be easier if you look at what is in your board book. So since the committees began with mathematics, we will also begin with that chart, and I'll go over this one in a bit more detail just to orient you to what's here. So on the left-hand side of the chart, there's the information about pass proficient. On the right-hand side of the chart, it's pass advanced. And each of the tests, the grade levels, is designated on the side. And then we'll look at pass proficient first, and we'll use grade 3 as an example. So the first column, which says round 3 median for proficient, is really the indication of the recommendation of that grade level committee. So the grade level committee recommended 12 out of 30 items as the cut score for proficient. The middle column is the articulation committee recommendation. Articulation concurred with the grade level committee in grade 3 and also recommended 12 out of 30. And you'll see that Superintendent Balo in this case also is recommending 12 out of 30. On the right-hand side, there's the same information for advanced. Again, the grade level committee recommended 23 out of 30. Articulation concurred, and Superintendent Balo also concurred. Now, President Gecker, rather than reading all of this to you, I'm just going to highlight where a change has been made.
Thank you.
And I had hoped to be able to use a laser pointer and point to where the changes were, but I'll just go slowly and hopefully you can follow along. So the first area of change is in grade 4, and you'll notice that articulation did change the recommended cut score for proficient. In articulation committee's view, the cut score was too high and inconsistent with what was being expected at the other grade levels. So their recommendation was to move the cut score from 17 to 12. Similarly, in advanced, you'll notice that the articulation committee decreased the recommendation for the advanced cut score from 25 to 24. But in both cases, Superintendent Balo is concurring with articulation. The next change is in grade 6, and here the change is Superintendent Balo's recommendation. She is recommending increasing the proficient cut score from 11 out of 30 as recommended by articulation to 12 out of 30. And her rationale here really was to attempt to have some consistency across the grade bands and in the expectations for students in similar grade areas. On grade 6, articulation also recommended an increase in the cut score for advanced from 21 out of 30 as recommended by the grade level committee to 23 out of 30. The next change is on grade 7. Here, articulation is recommending a change for the cut score for advanced from 23 out of 30 as recommended by the grade level committee to 24 out of 30. Next change is on grade 8. Again, articulation is making a change in the advanced cut score, moving it from 25 out of 30 to 24 out of 30. And finally, at the high school level, on proficient, Superintendent Balo is recommending a change to the proficient cut score from 12 out of 30, as recommended by the articulation committee, to 13 out of 30, again to ensure that there's some consistency of expectations across similar grade levels.
Can you explain that, Shelley? I'm not sure I'm following what you mean by consistency of expectation.
Okay. So when you look at what is expected for the various grade levels, we'll just look at grade 8. It's 13 out of 30. So the thought is that there should be some consistency in what is expected for a high school student. If 13 out of 30 is expected for grade 8, that we would also expect there to be the same level of expectation for high school. And Superintendent Baylor, if you want to jump in, that's fine. Okay.
And I'm not quite sure I follow this. I mean, aren't these different tests?
Right, they are different tests.
And so we're saying that the expectation is based upon the number of correct rather than, let's say, something like the anticipated pass rate.
Well, remember also that the recommendations are being evaluated in light of the impact data. So, this is not a situation where this would have caused many fewer students to fail. So I think the idea was looking at the consistency across grade levels also in light of the impact data.
Because none of the children know how many are expected, right? I mean, nobody taking this test knows how many you need to get passing.
That is correct.
And so I'm still a little bit confused about the concept of setting level expectations in this regard. But I mean, I accept that that's the rationale. I just don't understand it.
I think particularly with this population, because there is some increase in content over the grade levels, but there is also some consistency in the expectations. I think that perhaps speaks to even more of a need to have some consistency in what is expected at the high school level as compared to grade 8.
Yeah, but is that measured by the number of correct answers, or is that measured by their ability to perform based upon the rigor of the test?
I think in this situation, the cut score you're going to adopt will, in some respects, establish the rigor of what the expectation is.
Okay, so again, are we attempting to establish sort of equal rigor, or are we attempting to establish equal numbers of questions being answered correctly?
I think you are attempting to establish equal rigor, but in some cases that requires an adjustment to the cut score.
Right, and so the articulation committee, as an example, what are they attempting to establish?
They are trying to establish consistency in expectations so that if there is a real difference in the pass rate that they see in the impact data, it's explained by the content.
Okay, so we don't get the impact data.
That's correct.
Well, I guess we could get the impact data. I know the policy of the board has not been to get the impact data for quite some time, but I guess that policy could be changed at some point.
Yes, that policy could be changed. You are correct that it was actually established in 1998 when the first cut scores were set. But it is a policy of the board that you could choose to change.
And do we have as a board any idea as to how these cut scores, whether they be articulation committee or the superintendent's recommendation, compare in terms of impact to the portfolio assessment system we were using previously?
I think for the most part, they will be consistent with
Is it possible to highlight those places where we believe, have a good faith belief? And I understand the tests haven't been given yet, and given the way, we set cut scores in advance of the tests having been given, it may be difficult to do this with precision, but is there a way for us to understand where it's anticipated that the impact data will be different on these tests compared to the portfolio method we've been using previously? In other words, I'm not sure, and I don't know how the board feels about this at all, and I'm not sure how I feel about it, honestly, but I'm not sure you'd want to see, necessarily significant changes based upon the fact that we're moving away from system A and moving now into tests in terms of pass rates, for example.
President Kicker?
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate your question. I think I don't want to take us, off course, but I did find myself wanting to have an understanding of Ms. Shelley mentioned the group in Oregon that we've worked with to develop the assessment in light of the fact that we needed to move to this methodology of assessment. And I think the thing I was wondering as I was listening to the presentation and looking at the material is in what way did the work in Oregon sort of help us? I'm curious if Oregon has been using a similar test or a similar approach. How did we leverage their expertise? Because I am wondering, to what extent this has helped them in their efforts to ensure that students with special needs are, their education needs are being met. And I would like a little bit more information on that, since we're leveraging another state's experience in getting to this kind of assessment.
So we did use Oregon items, but the overlap in the test is not great. And this is because Virginia essentialized standards of learning are based on the standards of learning. The Oregon extended standards are based on the Common Core. And of course, Virginia never adopted the Common Core. So while there is some overlap, we did attempt to see if there was a way we could provide you with background information about what the Oregon cut score would look like on the Virginia test. But because there is really not that sufficient overlap, we were unable to provide you with that background information.
Okay, thank you.
And I think one of the things we will do moving forward that I was going to mention later in this presentation was that we are field testing some items that were based more closely on Virginia essentialized standards of learning. We field tested those this year, and we will include those in the tests moving forward. And of course, we'll field test more items so that we'll have items that more closely measure the Virginia standards. So we were somewhat limited, in other words, by the fact that there is not a great deal of, there is a lot of overlap, but it is not a perfect set of overlaps. And so, Mr. Gecker, back to your question. I don't know that I can answer your question specifically now. I guess one option would be if you want to delay this item to the end of this meeting, perhaps we could pull that together for you. We really do need for you to adopt these cut scores at this meeting so that we can report scores to parents and students.
Shelley, I think it would be beneficial to finish going through the item.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to have interrupted you quite so much. I didn't expect it to be that long a break. And then see where the rest of the board is. I mean, right now I'm feeling this is a little bit dartboardish, which is not really a word, but in terms of knowing, it's hard to know what we need to know in order to do this appropriately. I mean, I understand what we're being told.
Right.
But I don't know what we know here. And to do this sitting here from the, in a month is, I think, hard. But if nobody else feels that way, then, we'll just move it through. So why don't we go ahead and finish the presentation, and then we'll see where we are.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Maybe I'd just add just a couple of thoughts that helped me in this process that might help. First of all, Shelley and her team spent a lot of time with me and with others just talking through the complexity of this process. And it's not as binary as looking at it just for consistency. It's really a horizontal and a vertical look. A horizontal look in terms of thinking about this year of the assessment as a baseline assessment, and that we may very well not because we did anything wrong, but from year to year, as we're establishing a baseline, may need to revisit these cut scores as we go. But to think in terms of the horizontal baseline that we need to establish with this assessment is really important. The other sort of dimension of looking at this is the vertical dimension that Shelley's been talking about quite a lot, and that we're focused on in this discussion, and that is consistency in the grade bands, so that from year to year, the expectations for the numbers of correct answers are first reflective of student proficiency in learning, and second of all, consistent from grade to grade. So it's certainly not a simple process for anyone. I will also share that the insight that we gained, we asked Shelley a couple of times to circle with national partners, other states, including Oregon, and just gain insight, gain some additional information. She talked a little bit about the overlap or the lack of overlap because our assessment is based on the standards of learning versus the Common Core. That's a good problem to have, but a challenge when it comes to this process of setting baseline cut scores and knowing that we need to be vigilant about looking at it from year to year.
And just to follow up on Superintendent Balo's comments, you will notice that in the superintendent's recommendation,
Let's do it again next year, basically.
part of the recommendation is to reevaluate next year. And really, there are two reasons for that. One is that it is a brand new assessment, and it was very different for students, teachers, and also for parents. But the other aspect is that as we are able to introduce more items that were designed to measure the Virginia essentialized standards of learning, we feel like we'll have a better measure of what our students with significant cognitive disabilities can do. So, Mr. Gecker, I'll go ahead with the charts now. So, Kevin, could you pull up reading, please? Okay, so really, it's the same information here. Again, it's 30 items, and I will just go through the areas in which there were changes. So on grade 4, Superintendent Balo is recommending raising the proficient cut score from 10 out of 30 to 12 out of 30. Again, the rationale here is that consistency across the grade band. Grade 3 is beginning of elementary, and students are just beginning to learn to read and to comprehend. So that was left at 10, but grade 4 was raised to 12 to be consistent with grade 5 and grade 6. Again, the next change is on grade 6. Here, articulation moved the advanced cut score from 20 out of 30 to 21 out of 30. On grade 7, Superintendent Balo is recommending 12 out of 30 for proficient as opposed to articulation, which should have had 11 out of 30. Articulation actually recommended increase in the pass advanced cut score. They are recommending 21 out of 30 as compared to 20 out of 30 for the grade level recommendation. And at the high school level, Superintendent Balo is recommending increasing the cut score for proficient from 11 out of 30 to 14 out of 30. And articulation recommended an increase in an advanced cut score from 20 out of 30, recommended by the high school committee to 21 out of 30. President Gecker, would you like me to go on and finish with science?
Sure. Thank you, Sharon.
Kevin, would you pull up science, please? Thank you, sir. All right. Same information is provided here. Really just two changes on these particular cut scores, both recommended by articulation. At the high school level, they're recommending 14 out of 30 for proficient as compared to 11 out of 30 recommended by the high school committee. And for Pass Advanced, they are recommending 24 out of 30 as compared to 21 out of 30 recommended by the high school committee. Mr. Gecker, would you like me to read the superintendent's recommendation, or would you prefer to handle this in a different manner?
No, I mean, you're welcome to read it, Shelley. I think, yeah, that's fine.
The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education waive first review and approve scale scores of at least 740 for Pass Proficient and at least 780 for Pass Advanced for the grades 3 through 8 in high school Hvac test in reading and mathematics, and for the grades 5, 8 in high school science tests. These scale scores shall be equivalent to the following number of items correct on the test forms reviewed by the educator committees convened for standard setting. Mathematics.
Shelley, I don't think I mean, unless you really want to, I don't think it's necessary.
And then I did want you to, did want to say for the record that the Superintendent of Public Instruction is recommending that you reevaluate in spring of 23.
Right. Dr. Duran, thank you, Shelley, very much.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a few comments, as this will be my last opportunity as a board member through the recommended cut score process. And thank you for having been through several, reading and math. And one thing that I have done and our board has done over the time together is we've looked very closely at the articulation committee. And we valued that greatly, as well as look at the state superintendent's recommendation. I'll be supportive of this, given that it's the baseline. But I do want to comment, because there's been a lot of misinformation, a lot of language that has been said about the reading and the math cut scores that were done by this board, and where we basically, in both cases, align with the articulation committee. We in the state board do not make up cut scores. We do not sit and decide and look at numbers ourselves, as Mr. Gecker just shared. And I've heard a lot of comments, and I've seen written comments and also public comments that we in the state board in the reading lowered scores, lowered standards, and made decisions on our own, I guess some arbitrary number I've heard. So I hope that as we move forward through the process, I will no longer be on the board, but as we move forward through the process of cut scores, that we can really educate everyone about this process. It's a very complex process. We at the state board do not, and have never in my term in the last 4 years, made up and lowered or raised standards just because of something that we cooked up or we decided or we planned and plotted something, which is what's been said many times in many different ways. And it's been very concerning to me to hear that language, because this process, I have respected and valued the articulation committee, the whole process that you've taught us over the years. And we've really respected and looked at how educators are looking at line by line, item by item, to understand whether or not students would get them correctly. And if they did, how many. And we've taken that with a lot of time, respect, and really spent hours and hours working with you over the years to understand that. And to have it be said publicly that we at the state board level have just lowered or raised standards arbitrarily is really concerning to me. And it's something I just want to correct here, to say and reiterate that we have always respected, at least my colleagues on the board for the last 4 years, this process. We have followed it. We are not the experts in these areas. We do not look at the psychometrician reports at that level. We value and respect your expertise and what you've brought to us and the process. And as I've said previously, and as you've shared with us, if the process needs to be changed, that's a different story. And maybe there's something that needs to be looked at differently if people have concerns with the process. But we have followed the process. We, in the last reading cut score process, we adopted the articulation committee recommendations exactly. We did not change it. We did not lower it. We did not raise it. We followed exactly what their recommendations. You recall that. And then the math process the same. So I just want to state that clearly, because again, it's very concerning to me when misinformation is shared about actions that we've taken that are not true. And I hope that we can educate others moving forward, that as the articulation committee makes recommendations to the state board, and as they consider the state superintendent's recommendations, that at least it can be shared correctly how those decisions were made, and that we did not at this state board level, any of my colleagues, lower or raise standards just because we wanted to. We followed this process, and we followed it closely because, one, we respected the educators that were involved, we respected their input, and we respected and learned from you how that process was brought forth. And so I just want to thank you, my last time to be a part of this, but I really wanted to say that clearly for the record, and so that everyone can hear our perspective, because it's not been heard. Other perspectives have been shared that have actually been very incorrect. So thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Thank you, Francisco.
President Gecker,
Yes, Dr. Mann.
I take note that the final part of the recommendation involves a revisit of these cut scores. And I can't help but want to make sure, assuming that the motion moves forward, that when we return, or when the board, whoever is sitting on the board, returns to this issue in 2020, I don't remember the year I closed the document so that I can attend, but I think we have to also look at what is actually going on with respect to who's in special ed, who's teaching, what do we know about what is may not be happening for children if we're not able to retain or recruit professionals that are necessary to help support realizing the aspirations that we have for children. And I think that gets decoupled from the straightforward conversations that are focused on looking at sort of how the numbers rack and stack. I really feel like that must be better reflected as the board has a reflective conversation on this. I know this is baseline. We don't have, a place that we can sort of compare this to in a more quantitative way. But I really feel that is something that we need to be ensuring is happening as we're looking at data.
Comments? Ms. Holton?
I'll just commend Dr. Loving-Ryder and her team for your good work under difficult constraints. I'm not clear that the federal leadership's rejection of our prior approach is where I would have gone, so to speak. But given that we are stuck with their federal direction, you all have worked hard to try to figure out something that will work and that will meet the federal requirements. And as to the cut score numbers for a year, I'm prepared to defer to your expertise and the superintendent's recommendation.
Just ask about that just for a second. And I mean this seriously, that when we look at this again, all right, I mean, in one sense, yeah, you can say we're going to go forward and adopt the superintendent's recommendations, believing it's a baseline for a year. When that year is up and we come back, which board members are actually going to vote to lower standards or lower cut scores if that is, even what the data suggests, given the fury that we have seen, publicly recently. And, there are systemic incentives involved in all these decisions. And I wonder, honestly, whether the right answer here is to roll with articulation and believe that if that needs to be changed, they'll go up next year. But, I'll give you a different circumstance. When the local boards, which is my background, political experience, when you raise rates, or excuse me, you never raise, you always lower. And so when the decision comes to lower, the question really is, well, next year, are you going to need to raise? Because if you are, the political will won't be there to do it. And, I'm not lobbying for the articulation committee. I just, as we go through the motion and whatever that motion is going to be, I think you ought to understand that I need to understand that there's a legitimate political reality here. In some sense, the reason we don't get the reason we don't get the impact data is to, in theory, take the political equation out of it. And, right, so we're not setting standards based upon the politics of the time. And that was, I think, a good policy done by, wasn't Kirk involved back then? Kirk Schroeder, when he was president of the board. Again, I'm not pushing one way or the other. As I said, to me, I don't know what the right answer is here, and going with the superintendent's recommendation might be the same as going with the articulation committee's recommendation in terms of the ease of the vote. But I do think you ought to recognize that who's ever on the board next time, or, we'll be down to 4 on July 1, so that we'll have 5 new members. The pressure to not lower is going to be significant, much like the pressure on local boards is to not raise.
I appreciate that, Mr. Gecker. It's kind of related to my comments that I shared, because unfortunately, this issue is not looked at from an educational lens and really looked at from a lens through this process of looking at each of these questions and these standards. And that's why it's been politically used incorrectly to say that if a score changes one way or the other, that we're either lowering or it's. I've been in Virginia long enough when this happened, when they were raised and people said they were being raised arbitrarily. I remember one time there was a discussion, a previous board, none of us were on it, raised the scores in a way that, and they said it publicly, they wanted school divisions to pay more attention to math, so they wanted math scores to drop. And so they raised it above the articulation committee. So, I mean, unfortunately, when it's used that way, I agree with you, it is misused. And that's why we've tried, I believe, as a board to follow the guidance of the articulation committee, where they are taking that out, not looking at the impact scores, because this should not be a political conversation. This should be an educational conversation about how are we best understanding our student progress. Because if we're using these test scores in the way that we should be at the local level, then we are understanding where students have met their proficiency, whether they're become advanced, and we're not. We need to use these appropriately for how we intervene and provide interventions and plans for students to support them. I equate this all the time in discussions with educators to an analogy to the medical profession. Giving assessment, a medical assessment by a medical doctor to understand what the patient's real needs are is critical for their health plan to determine how to get them back on track physically in a healthy way. If we're not having data that's used that way in an educational lens to know how to get our students either on track, keep them on track, move them to advance, that's the goal of what we're doing in the classrooms at the local level. So I appreciate that comment that you made, because unfortunately, this becomes politically used and driven in a way that's not speaking to the reality of what this process is and how we're looking at these scores and the standards and whether students are proficient or advanced. That should be the bottom line, not what's become an unfortunate piece of discussion around making this to be something that is either raising or lowering standards without really understanding the whole process. So having said that, though, I needed to say that because it's been something that's been said quite a bit recently about actions of this board, incorrectly said about actions of this board. Having said that, though, related to this item, I am willing to support this because I do think it is a baseline year and it is something a little different than what we've seen in those other areas. And it will be revisited. I hope it won't be revisited in a political way. I hope it will be revisited through a way that I believe our team here has done a phenomenal job working with educators to not politicize this at all. So my comments are not at all around BDOE staff, because I have learned so much from you over the last 4 years about how we needed to look at these from a real, true data perspective. And you've helped us to not bring that into the conversation. So my comments are not about anything towards you. It's just comments that have been recently shared towards us about the state board's actions. And I just really was disappointed to hear those things, that people would make comments about actions that we took without understanding that we really didn't, was nothing to do. We didn't even look at impact scores, to your point. We had no idea about that. We were following on purpose. We didn't look at them. And that's a standard you said that was set forth by a previous board president. I'm glad that continued. I hope future boards will do the same thing and not look at impact scores, but will follow the guidance of the professionals who are looking at this in a way that they should be. What truly at each grade level, per content level, shows us that a student is proficient, pass, or advanced. That's what this discussion should be about. And I hope that it will continue to be that way in the future. In the meantime, I'm willing to support this based on what we were presented today.
Okay, any other comments? And if not, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. That is to, as recommended by the superintendent.
Correct. To
is there a second?
accept the superintendent's recommendation as to this item.
Just making sure I understand. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'd just like to ask Shelley, and again, not, maybe this is off point for this particular issue. In doing the research on all the things that we do, including setting cut scores, you have, explained in great detail the Angoff method to me and to the board. I note that in, let's say, Wyoming, they use a, newer method, the bookmark method. Should Virginia give, and this is not a question for today, but as we move forward, and to Francisco's point about, how do we set these things accurately based on the experts? Should there be a discussion, and I'm not pushing you to do this, but about, is the Angoff method, still the most appropriate for the Commonwealth? And I understand the reasons we have it. Or should we consider changing to another standard setting method like the bookmark method?
President Gecko, I know you don't want to take a lot of time with this discussion right now, but I think one of the reasons that Angoff is useful in Virginia is that it does allow us to set cut scores before the tests are administered. And this has been a longstanding practice in Virginia, so that the cut scores are established before students take the test, and they do not have to wait as long to get their results. If we were to use the bookmark method, and to be fair, we have used bookmark in Virginia one time. It does require us to have given the test already, because it requires that the items be ordered in difficulty from lowest to highest. And in the bookmark method, the committee members then place a bookmark where they believe a proficient student would fall. So I think one of the differences is, well, the big difference is Angoff allows us to set the cut scores before the tests are administered, so that results can be provided to parents and students quickly. I mean, the second issue is that it does require the panelists to review each item individually and make a judgment about that individual item, whereas bookmark tends to focus around the items that are around that bookmark. So that's just a short explanation, and we can certainly provide more data. Frankly, in 1998, when we started this, we field tested both Angoff and bookmark, so we do have some experience with that.
Okay, let me take the vote first, then we'll finish that discussion.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. We have a motion and a second. The motion is to support the superintendent's recommendation. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, that carries. I'm just thinking, Shelley, that again, the board, none of the board members, at least not today, are experts in this the way you are and the way the people involved in this process are. We rely really upon the validity of the method we use to set the scores, right? To say that those scores are correct. It seems now that a majority of the states have gone to a different method. And I understand one of the drawbacks of that is the timeliness of the reporting, right? I mean, how fast we can get results to parents afterward. On the other hand, I think it's at least a valid topic to discuss, both with the superintendent and with the board. Are we still comfortable? And I mean, the answer may well be just yes, we are still comfortable using Angoff to do this process. Although, again, some of the literature I read suggests that the bookmark method might come up with, slightly higher cut scores than Angoff, head to head. And so I think, I don't want to get into it today, but there ought to be a time when we begin to have a greater understanding of what sits underneath these numbers to support them. Is that okay? And I don't control your workflow, the superintendent does, but I'm hopeful we can at least look at it.
With Superintendent Bailo's permission, we would certainly be happy to do that. And I think, there are also some tweaks that we've been discussing as a team that we could make to the current Angoff procedure that perhaps would provide a level of comfort with that particular methodology. So
okay.
Superintendent Bailo, is that all right with you?
Yeah, and thank you, President and Shelley. And yes, informally, we've already begun those discussions and had some of the same questions, conversations that have been raised during this conversation in our offices in the department. So I think the discussion won't commence, but it will continue as it always should among the professionals.
Okay, thank you both. Dr. Sisbury, I think the last time we saw you had to do with some inappropriate treatment of tests, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad to see under these circumstances and not those. Those were much
Always good to
tougher.
see you, Dr. Sisbury.
It's good to see you. Okay, item H. First review of proposal to adopt special provisions regarding accreditation indicators. Good morning.
Good morning. Is it still morning? It is still morning.
Yeah, we're burning it up, but it is still morning.
President Gecker, Superintendent Balo, and members of the board. The purpose of today's presentation is to present a first review of a proposal to adopt special provisions regarding accreditation indicators. The first proposal regards failing VAP scores and their use in the 2 achievement gap indicators. The other relates to adding an additional qualifying criteria to the College Career and Civic Readiness Index. As you are aware, the standards of accreditation do provide the board the authority to adopt special provisions related to the measurement and use of school quality indicators, as well as the authority to alter inclusions and exclusions from the performance level calculations. The first proposal regards VAP and states, the Virginia Department of Education requests that the board adopt special provisions to temporarily alter the inclusion of VAP failing test records from the determination of the performance level for the student group Students with Disabilities in the Achievement Gap English and Achievement Gap Mathematics indicators for accreditation year 22-23, when the performance level for that student group is a level 3 and the rating is based solely on failing VAP test records. I will provide an example of this in a couple of slides to try and specifically demonstrate how this will be implemented. There are actually 5 indicators in Virginia's accountability system, which rely in part on VAP scores: academic achievement in English, math, and science, and achievement gap English and achievement gap mathematics. The VAP assessment scores are included along with the standards of learning assessment scores in the determination of a school's combined rate or accreditation pass rate in English, math, and science. In addition, a student who fails the grades 3 through 8 reading or mathematics, VAP or SOL assessment, but meets certain growth criteria is counted in the numerator of the combined rate. In July of 2021, the board approved the methodology for the determination of growth for students being administered the grades 3 through 8 reading and math SOL tests in 2021-2022. However, since this is the first year that the VAP is being administered in its new format for reading and math, there is not a previous score from which to measure or calculate growth. Therefore, the combined rate for the 21-22 school year data for grades 3 through 8 reading and math will not include a growth component for students who take the VAP assessments. Since the number of VAP assessments hover around 1%, the impact of not being able to show growth on a failing test record in the combined rate for academic achievement English and academic achievement math, those indicators, is minimized because of the group size. Those indicators are reported for all students. However, this may not be the case when looking at student groups within the achievement gap indicators, as the numbers in each group can be relatively small. On the screen is a snapshot from a school accreditation detail report for achievement gap in English. You'll notice that the student groups are each designated a performance level based on the performance rate for the group. The overall performance level is based on a set of decision rules that is applied across all student groups. Having one student group at a level 3 places the overall performance level at a level 2, and having 2 or more groups at a level 3 places the overall performance level at a level 3. In this example, the overall performance level was a level 2 because one of the indicators had a level 3 rating, and it was the Students with Disabilities group. What is being proposed is demonstrated by the example on the screen. This is a snapshot from the Accreditation Detail Report for Achievement Gap English for the Students with Disabilities student group. I'd like to draw your attention to the two far right columns, which indicate the combined rate and the performance level. You will notice in the top image, the combined rate is 64.44%, and the performance level is a level 3. In this data, there are 8 VAP students who failed and were unable to show growth due to the new test format. When the 8 students are removed from the number of students tested and the combined rate is recalculated, it is 69.71%, which is in the level 2 performance range. If you look at the second image, the rate of 64.44% is still reported, but the performance level designation is changed to a level 2. The proposal states that if failing VAP scores are the sole reason for a level 3 designation in the students with disabilities group, then the performance level will be reassigned based on a combined rate calculation that does not include the failing VAP assessments. However, the reported values will not change. This will maintain transparency of the actual earned combined rate while also mitigating the accreditation impact of a new VAP assessment on schools in the Students with Disabilities student group. This proposal only applies to accreditation year 22-23, and in accreditation year 23-24, year-over-year growth will be determined by comparing performance on the Spring 22 assessment to the Spring 23 assessment. The next provision that is being requested of the board regards the College Career and Civic Readiness Index. The CCCRI is one of 9 indicators in Virginia's school accreditation system. The CCCRI will become active in accreditation year 23-24 and will reflect the 2023 cohort. Calculation of the CCCRI is based on the unduplicated count of students who meet at least one qualifying criteria, and that goes in the numerator of the rate. That is divided by the number of students in the on-time graduation cohort, which is the denominator. Currently, a student is included in the numerator if they successfully complete one of these qualifying criteria: an advanced placement, IB, Cambridge, or dual enrollment course, 2 or more standard credits for a state-approved sequence in a CTE program and earn a CTE credential, or a work-based or service learning experience. The proposal in front of you today is to add a JROTC sequence plus a credential to the list of qualifying criteria for this indicator. JROTC is a nationally valued program that prepares students for post-high school success by promoting academics, leadership, integrity, personal accountability, civic responsibility, and community service. The JROTC program is intended to prepare students for college, career, and civic duty. A qualifying student would be one that has successfully completed at least 3 years of JROTC coursework and has earned an approved industry credential. Completion of 3 years of JROTC work is consistent with current regulatory guidelines that recognize 3 years of JROTC for promotion purposes in the armed forces, and completion of the JROTC leadership and employability skills assessment credentialing exam is highly encouraged by national JROTC leaders, though this proposal does offer flexibility in the credentialing exam that can be used to meet the qualifying criteria. Approval of this criteria is necessary prior to the 22-23 school year so that it may be communicated to school divisions and the VDOE can begin to collect data elements relative to this criteria from them. And the information on both of these proposals is being presented for a first review and will be brought to the board in July for final review.
Thank you. Are there any questions by board members? The completeness of the presentation has overwhelmed the board, and apparently there are no questions. So thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
look forward to seeing you again next month. Okay, first review of revisions to the board's guidelines for the use of computer science courses to satisfy graduation requirements. Item I. Good morning.
Good morning.
You brought a whole team, huh?
Good morning, President Gecker, Vice President Dr. Mann, and Superintendent Balo, and members of the Virginia Board of Education. My name is Keisha Tennessee, and I am the Computer Science Coordinator. Along with me is Dr. Albon, our STEM and Innovation Director, and Dr. Ann Peterson, our Science Coordinator. I would like to first thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today concerning the addition of the International Baccalaureate Computer Science to the 2015 Board's Guidelines for the use of computer science course to satisfy graduation requirements. At the request of stakeholders, including parents and school division counselors, the IB Computer Science course was reviewed by Virginia Department of Education and the Office of STEM and Innovation and the Office of CTE for inclusion in the guidelines. At the time, the board guideline allows for advanced placement computer science A to meet requirements for science, mathematics, or career and technical education credit. That is pursuant of House Bill 1054, which was established in 2014. Utilizing that same criteria, the VDOE conducted the internal review of IB Computer Science. It was determined upon this review that the rigor of the IB Computer Science course, coupled with the inquiry nature of the content and practices, reflect the knowledge and skills within mathematics, science, and CTE. IB Computer Science utilizes experimental and inquiry-based approaches to problem solving, leverages the applications of mathematical principles, and applies practical programming for the development of computational solutions, as well as offers students the ability to specialize in 4 areas: databases, object-oriented programming, modeling and simulation, and web sciences. Likewise, the internal review determined that this request would expand opportunities for students to not only engage in rigorous computer science curriculum and instruction, but also the ability for parents and students, along with the guidance of school counselors, to assess the appropriate credit for graduation per successful completion of the course. For example, students who are currently enrolled in IB Computer Science who are not either enrolled in the IB Diploma program or do not complete the components of the IB Diploma may use IB Computer Science only as an elective credit. This request will expand the credit options for students. Ultimately, it is due to the high level of rigor of the course, the alignment of concepts and practices to the disciplines of mathematics, laboratory science, and CTE, the VDOE team requests the board to consider adding IB Computer Science as an alternative to meet graduation requirements, once more, for mathematics, science, and career and technical education. In conclusion, I would like to thank you for your consideration of this proposed addition of IB Computer Science to the board's guidelines for the use of computer science courses to satisfy graduation requirements. Are there any questions at this time?
Any questions? No, I don't see any. So thank you. The board is happy to take this on first review also, and we'll see you next month.
Thank you.
Okay, item J, first review of updates to the board-approved courses to satisfy graduation's requirements for the standard advanced studies and modified standard diplomas in Virginia public schools. Dr. Alvin.
Thank you very much. Good morning, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, board members, and Superintendent Balo. The Board of Education approved courses to satisfy graduation requirements for the standard, advanced, and modified standard diplomas in Virginia. Document is what I bring forward to you today. I am Brendan Albon, Director of the Office of STEM and Innovation, but this item covers both content from STEM as well as from the humanities. We bring you this document for updates, which include some of the following edits. First is that we have updated the title of the document and we have removed content that reflects sections regarding the modified standard diploma that were effective for students with disabilities who entered the 9th grade prior to 2013-2014. Secondly, we have more accurately updated the school courses for exchange of data, which I will refer to as SCED shortly, codes used to identify courses in which students are enrolled. Thirdly, the updated document now will include English as a component of this document. We are also looking to add new courses, including the recently approved data science mathematics course under mathematics, as well as IB courses in all 4 content areas, all 4 core content areas. As a corollary to this request is the item that you just saw in item I, that if the board should approve IB computer science for mathematics and science, as well as CTE, we will request that the board will allow us to add a technical edit to the document before you to include IB computer science for both mathematics and science credits at that time. In the footer of the document, we have added clarifying and updated language which addresses state and federal testing and graduation requirements. This document also includes edits that are necessary with regards to outdated content, as well as accuracy and clarity. This document is used in public schools across Virginia so that all schools will know what courses students need to complete in order to receive the credits to graduate from a Virginia public high school. This document is available to parents so that they would know what courses should be available in Virginia for their students to graduate high school. The third purpose of this document is that this document is shared with institutes of higher education with alignments to the SCED codes so that students, as they travel up into their higher levels of learning, those institutions will know which courses students have taken. And at the same time, if a student transfers from one public division in Virginia to another, then if students are enrolled in these courses, then the receiving division will know exactly what courses students have been participating in. So therefore, the Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education accept the proposed updates to the Board of Education approved courses to satisfy graduation requirements for the standard, advanced, and modified standard diplomas in Virginia public schools for first review. Are there any questions at this time?
Any questions? Ann, no?
Not on.
Just taking your glasses off. Okay, I didn't know if you were raising your hand.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Alvin. We'll see you also in July.
Excellent. Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, item K. And after K, we may take a break if that meets with the okay of the board. Good morning.
We have 5 minutes. Good morning. Thank you, President Gecker, members of the board, and Superintendent Balo. It's a pleasure to be here. I am David Eschman, the Director for Career Technical and Adult Education. And with me, by my side, is Sharon Acuff, who is our CTE Work-Based Learning Coordinator. We bring to you the revisions to the Work-Based Learning Guide under first review. I don't think anyone would argue the importance of meeting Virginia workforce demand. And within career and technical education, we do this through classroom instruction. We do this through competencies. The second component of of this delivery is through our career and technical student organizations, and probably the third leg to the stool would be our work-based learning opportunities for students. The high-quality work-based learning guide supports career exploration as outlined in the profile of a graduate, as well as career awareness and career preparation. High-quality work-based learning comprises school-coordinated workplace experiences related to students' career goals and/or interests, integrated with instruction, and performed in partnership with both business and industry. The last revision of the Career and Technical Education High-Quality Work-Based Learning Guide was reviewed and approved by the Virginia Board in November of 2020. Those revisions were in response to House Bill 1680, directing the board to review and revise the guide to expand opportunities available for students to earn credit for graduation through high-quality work-based learning experiences, or in the case of agricultural education, supervised agricultural experiences in addition to job shadowing, mentorships, internships, and externships. Today, we are not here in response to a legislative request. Since that time, it has become necessary to make technical content revisions and develop new program content in certain areas. This guide and the revisions before you today will provide local school divisions with consistent messaging regarding high-quality work-based learning experiences. At this time, I would ask Sharon Acuff, CTE Work-Based Learning Coordinator, to review the proposed revisions to the guide, which include both content area revisions and new content revisions. Sharon?
Thank you. Thank you. Even though we're not here under legislative directive this year, we found it necessary to review the guide again based on comments from our stakeholders in the 8 superintendents regions, from our 6 regional work-based learning specialists, the Virginia Department of Labor and Industry, the Virginia Department of Education of Instructional Services, and regulatory boards for health and medical. We collaborated and decided that we needed to make revisions to address those comments by our stakeholders. Community and stakeholder engagement are vital components of the work related to the revised work-based learning guide. Throughout the development of the revision, outreach to stakeholders was a sustained effort. And as a result of this collaboration, we found it necessary to make some technical changes and add some new comment as indicated. You were provided with a summary of the revisions that were proposed for the 2022 edition, but let me give you just a short summary of what these are. We included on page 6 a list of common CTE abbreviations so that new personnel coming in would be up to snuff, not a really good word, but up to the way that we address a lot of acronyms in our particular CTE arena. In some circumstances, a high-quality work-based learning experience can be connected with a course from a different semester. So in order to capture how summer experiences are being captured, we revised the coding to include this on page 9 of the guide. A description of VA Voyager, which is the new and free virtual high-quality work-based learning network available for all school divisions across the Commonwealth, is described on page 11, along with the explanation of the high-quality work-based learning as one of the options for the graduation requirement. A description and start date for the CCCRI has been added to page 12, and a new section related to students with disabilities begins on page 12 also. On page 21, instructions on how to use the newly updated times log and wage calculator resource has been added. This resource can now be used to track not only hours worked, but also hours and wages. The addition of language referencing insurance and a diagram of procedures for the high-quality work-based learning point of contact is included on page 22. On page 23, the high-quality work-based learning's opportunity chart has been updated to include CCCRI and graduation requirement options. And the revised and updated supervised agricultural experience section begins on page 76. The revised clinical section begins on 91, and at this time, the pharmacy technician section has been deleted from the guide pending proposed changes to the requirements from the Virginia Department of Labor and Industry. And on page 105, the Virginia Department of Labor and Industry submitted revisions to this section for youth registered and registered apprenticeship. So some general revisions that were made, the high quality work-based learning experience have been organized to follow the high quality work-based learning roadmap on the cover of the guide, which shows progression with each experience intensity. Within each of the experiences, a list of recommended forms to be completed has been added. Also, the individual forms have been moved to the newly created appendix section. In the last guide, the experience forms were included in each individual experience section, and the new appendices section begins on page 112 and has all the forms in one of the 5 appendix sections labeled A through D. In Appendix A, it contains the universal experience or common forms used in many of the high-quality work-based learning experiences. Appendix B contains clinical forms. Appendix C contains apprenticeship training agreement. Appendix D has a specific high-quality work-based learning experience form specific to service learning, mentorship, and entrepreneurship. And Appendix E includes various high-quality work-based learning resources such as at a glance, opportunities and one-pagers, one for business and industry, and another for school stakeholder audiences. That's a mouthful, which includes students, parents, school counselors, and work-based learning contacts. As well, the high-quality work-based learning resources can be found on the CTE Resource Center website, where promotional materials are updated regularly. As you can see, a great deal of work has gone into creating the new high-quality work-based learning guide, so it is a meaningful resource to be used by all school divisions to implement high-quality work-based learning programs. This guide will be helpful in coordinating with students and business partners for creating high-quality work-based learning experiences for students. The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education waive first review and approve the revisions to the Career and Technical High-Quality Work-Based Learning Guide. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Ms. Holton?
Not a question, but just a comment and a request, I guess. Thank you for this good work. I can only imagine that the challenges and barriers that the pandemic involved have affected work-based learning and career technical education and student groups around same even more than in other fields. And I appreciate you all and your colleagues across the Commonwealth persisting under difficult circumstances. But the changes that we made to add requirements and encouragement for work-based learning as part of the SOA and graduation changes, graduation requirement changes in 2017 were some of the most important changes I think we made then. And I would, but for the pandemic, I would be asking now for an update on how are things going in the field? What are we seeing? But given the pandemic, I think it's appropriate to ask, and will ask the superintendent that we can bring you all back sometime in the fall once the new school year has started to give us just the field report. What's working, what's not, how can we improve? How much uptake are we seeing? When we start using work-based learning I think finally the college and career readiness indicator is finally going to actually be implemented for this year or for next year? Next, finally. So here we are, how many years after we created it, but so we won't know until next year's data comes in, what the actual, we won't have data for the accreditation system until next year, but what can you tell us in the meanwhile about how's the uptake going? And so I just commend you on this work and request that you start thinking about updating us sometime in perhaps in the fall.
Be happy to do that. Our school divisions are very excited about the fact that it is part of the graduation requirement options and the CCCRI. And in the school divisions, they are so excited about the work that's moving forward with the VA Voyager coming on as a free virtual network to where we can put opportunities from business and industry on that virtual network so students can have a better opportunity of seeing what's available, and business can help us create a better talent pipeline to move us through shortages of different types of industries that are showing a decrease in the amount of people they can hire. So our school divisions are very excited about what we're doing, and we'd be happy to update at any time. I'm always ready to talk about that.
Thank you.
There's been some phenomenal work by school divisions across the Commonwealth to make work-based learning a reality in some creative ways. And even for learning loss over the summer, we have seen skills labs where students have had opportunities to come in where they may not have had the opportunity to address hands-on related skills over the summer. So some real fantastic things. And next week, for a promotion, we are running a Career Experience Works conference. We have well over 300 people that will be in attendance. Unfortunately, when we made the decision, it is virtual, but it is an opportunity to convene business and industry with teachers. So we're really excited about that. And you will hear more about the virtual work-based learning platform. It's in a pilot stage right now, but once we get through the pilot, there'll be a lot more marketing in support so people are aware of what those opportunities are.
Thank you.
Yep.
You had a comment?
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Holton, asking us to present again is music to our ears because this is really exciting work. And while almost every aspect of COVID-19 was deleterious in some way or another, I think in some ways work-based learning and the partnership between education and business grew stronger for a lot of reasons. But you can see VA Voyager and all of the technology that's coming on board may not have been born with the sense of urgency that it was during the pandemic to keep students learning, to keep students engaged, to keep thinking about 21st century skills that as the clock ticked, we knew that our students needed. So it's exciting to see the hard work by this team and by our business leaders and our partners in education across the Commonwealth really take to heart the tools that are at hand, the opportunities that are at hand, and really coalesce around a moment and transform work-based learning. So we will be very excited to continue to present anytime we are requested and would encourage all of you. There's some really neat memos, I think, coming out tomorrow with links to folks that are in industry. And while it's a little bit tangential to this particular conversation, it definitely speaks to how we're moving into a second generation of partnerships between business and industry and education, because we've got these amazing 20 to 30-year-olds who are now in business and industry and understand the importance of work-based learning, of career and technical education, and are giving essentially their testimonials. And those will be available in a memo and also on our website after that. So when we talk about marketing, the marketing is it's not easy, but we don't have to look very far to find testimonials and great stories to tell the story and keep perpetuating it because it's exciting. So thank you.
President Gecker.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Eshelman and Sharon, it's so nice to put a face and a name together. Thank you very much for everything that you've been doing. And I know you've added some wonderful people to your staff, one being Dr. Jan Huffman, and I congratulate you for everything you're doing. I'm very excited about the future and what it holds for our students across the Commonwealth. And I have a near and dear center director for Job Corps in our Southwest Virginia, Upper East Tennessee area. And this is a very important, vital piece of what keeps our children in school sometimes. So thank you very much for what you're doing and all the hard work you put into this. Thank you.
Okay, I think the superintendent's recommendation was to waive first review and adopt the changes.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Holton. Is there a
Second.
second? Thank you, Dr. Davis-Vaught. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that concludes that item. Thank you so much, both of you, for being here. All right, board members, 10-minute recess or 30 minutes for lunch?
Well, if we do the 10 minutes, then we can come back and, well, I don't know, finish the
Yeah, I'm
public.
looking, I don't know
Right,
either.
Right.
We're just on the cusp.
Yep.
I would say
I'm indifferent.
30-minute lunch, and then we can come back and go all the way through because we have exec session. right after
Okay,
that.
board will be back at 12:40. A break for lunch. Thank you all. Through the magic of television. Am I the only one old enough to remember that phrase?
Dr. Mann, we hope your lunch was as good as ours.
Welcome back. I hope you got to eat, Dr. Mann. Oh, still muted. We can see you, though. That's good enough for now. All right, let's move on to item L. First review of the proposed 2022 Physical Ed Standards of Learning Curriculum Framework. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Thanks for waiting.
President Gecker, Vice President Mann, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Balow. I'm delighted to present to you today for first review the proposed Physical Education Standards of Learning Curriculum Framework that serves as the companion document for the 2022 Physical Education Standards of Learning approved and adopted by the board on March 17th. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague, Dr. Danny Allarode, and to express my sincere appreciation to all of the Educator Review Committee members for sharing their many talents and exceptional leadership throughout the review process. The review of the 2015 Physical Education SOL Curriculum Framework was done in collaboration with K-12 physical education teachers, higher education faculty, local school division curriculum specialists, and other stakeholders. The review included adding board-adopted revisions to the 2022 Physical Education SOL and changing the layout of the proposed curriculum framework to provide consistency and mirror the two-column, two-element structure of the recently adopted curriculum framework for the health education standards of learning. Changing the structure of the curriculum framework significantly changed the content, as the four-column, four-element structure of the 2015 curriculum framework was divided into student-friendly language, suggested sample assessments, terms, vocabulary, and content, and suggested sample activities. In contrast, the proposed two-column structure for the 2022 curriculum framework is divided into two elements that include essential understandings and essential knowledge and skills that students need to achieve and maintain lifelong health and wellness. To facilitate bridging the transition to the new format and to broaden the scope of the proposed 2022 curriculum framework, a dynamic technical assistance document that mirrors the format used for the 2015 curriculum framework will be maintained and periodically updated within the 7-year cycle to include emergency best practices. The 2015 and the proposed 2022 curriculum frameworks are also organized into strands that provide clarity for learning expectations and scaffold skill acquisition for motor skill development, anatomical basis of movement, fitness planning, social and emotional development, and energy balance. The goals of the proposed curriculum framework are to assist teachers to provide students with the knowledge and skills necessary to develop and apply a range of skills needed to improve health and prevent and control chronic diseases, acquire workplace skills, and practice effective communication, self-management, stress management, social awareness, and collaborative skills to engage in home, school, and community projects that enhance physical, mental, social, and emotional health, and to explore a variety of physical education-related career opportunities in health science, human anatomy, physiology, sports and exercise science, education, biomechanics, coaching, fitness, and community health management. The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends the board receive for first review the proposed revisions to the 2015 Physical Education Standards of Learning Curriculum Framework.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions by board members? If you ask what happened on page 830, I'm going to be upset.
Well,
'Cause I didn't quite get that far last night.
It does go to that point, actually.
Yeah.
So thank you for obviously what represents a lot of work, 835 pages, I believe, as President Gecker is alluding to. I will confess that I did not have time to adequately review it yet. So I just want to clarify, we are on first review.
Yes.
When we come back next month, it will be for final review.
And adoption, yes.
And adoption. So unlike the standards, the curriculum framework, we will adopt without further rounds for public comment, et cetera. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So having not read the 835 pages for today's meeting, I will do my best to absorb as much as I can of it before the next meeting. And this is not meant as criticism to you at all, but just for the department, for the future purpose. You know, we got this a week ago, and I do want to point out that I understand next month we're going to be seeing the history and social studies standards for first review. And if I correctly anticipate that that will also be several hundred pages, I would like to ask Superintendent Balow, those standards, and that's the standards, not just the curriculum framework, that's the standards that will then be going out for public consideration, et cetera. I'd like us to have a full month to review them. And that would mean we need to get the draft next week. And if that's possible, then we can be able to competently skim over the 800 pages of physical ed curriculum framework, but also read the several hundred pages of history materials in time to competently discuss them with the board, with each other and with the staff next month. So I think we've got 5 weeks from today till the next board meeting, if I'm looking at the calendar right. If we could get them, if we could get them by next Thursday, then that gives us 4 weeks to do our homework on the history standards. I just think the history standards are so important and likely to generate a lot of attention and interest that I'd like to be able to be competent to address them when they come up for first review in July. And to do that, I need the month.
Mr. President.
Please. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Holston.
Thank you. And I just want to note that there's not a finalized agenda for the next meeting. So we anticipate, but that's not finalized yet. And should it be, and when it is finalized, we will, I need to just work with staff to make sure that we have as much time as possible with the, that we give you as much time as possible with those standards.
And I appreciate that. I would hope that the solution is not to put it off, because if it isn't addressed at the July board meeting, then we don't meet again until September. And as you know, the standards need to go through our review, public comment, et cetera, and be adopted by the end of 2022. So it's my, I believe, there's been a draft floating around apparently with staff for many months now. So it certainly would be my hope that it's possible, even if it's not, the final, get us a draft, a preliminary draft, and let us have at it in July, on the understanding that it will then be going out for public comment. And we want that public comment to be robust. And I understand that's part of your recommendations in the May report, that we have robust input. But to have robust input on the standards and get them done on time by the end of 2022, we don't really, it would not seem, in my judgment, that we have the leisure to put them off beyond July.
Thank you.
I had thought actually we had a formalized time frame that called for it coming before the board in July.
In July, formalized.
Didn't we have wasn't there a time frame set up, Emily, earlier on?
At the January meeting, you had a timeline.
Yeah, that included a July meeting. So I think we've been expecting, and I know this is off your topic, and if you want to sit down, you are welcome to. Please feel free to relax. But
And I want to be clear, I'm not insinuating anything other than there is not a finalized agenda yet. So we don't have all of the materials collated at this point. but I will let you
Okay.
know, Ms. Webb is doing a great job before this meeting takes place of making sure that we are all thinking about the July meeting already.
Okay.
And as I'll just reiterate, even if it's a matter of sharing a draft that's marked, if I get a draft next week and then you have an updated draft the week before the board meeting, that still gives me something to start with, just by way of suggestion for your consideration. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you.
For the presentation on
Yeah,
the.
it is my plan to read 80 pages a day for the next 10 days, and then I'll be caught up with my work for the next month. Are there any questions about the phys ed standards or the framework, excuse me? I don't see any, so thank you very much. We'll see you next month.
So I have the next.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're the next one too. You're right. All right, let's call on the next item. Thank you.
So I also am delighted to present today for first review the proposed guidelines for policies on sudden cardiac arrest prevention in student athletes. Pursuant to Senate Bill 463, the code was amended to require the board to develop, biannually update, and distribute guidelines on policies to inform and educate coaches, student athletes, and student athletes' parents or guardians about the nature and risk of sudden cardiac arrest, procedures for removal from and return to play, and the risk of not reporting symptoms. The proposed guidelines for policy on sudden cardiac arrest prevention in student athletes were developed in consultation with clinicians with subspecialties in pediatric sports medicine, pediatric cardiology, and interventional cardiology, emergency medicine, and family medicine, and with other stakeholders affiliated with the American Academy of Pediatrics and Family Medicine, Virginia College of Emergency Physicians, Virginia Athletics Training Association, Virginia Association of School Nurses, the Virginia Association for Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance, Virginia Association of Clinical Nurse Specialists, Children's Hospital of King's Daughters, VCU School of Medicine, the Virginia High School League Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, the Department of Health, and the Virginia School Board Association. The goals of the guidelines for policies on sudden cardiac arrest prevention are to protect student athletes by providing recommendations that support the development and implementation of effective sudden cardiac arrest prevention policies in local school divisions through education, prompt recognition, and appropriate response. The proposed guidelines for policies ensure that student athletes who may be experiencing sudden cardiac arrest are properly identified, immediately removed from activity, and not allowed to return to play until evaluated by an appropriate licensed healthcare provider as determined by the Board of Education. While rare, sudden cardiac arrest is the leading medical cause of death in young athletes. Hence, raising awareness of warning signs and risk factors, putting a strong cardiac emergency plan in place, and screening for heart conditions are key, as sudden cardiac arrest is often prevented when underlying causes are diagnosed and treated. The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends the board receive for first review the guidelines for policies on sudden cardiac arrest prevention in student athletes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'll say, when we did this one in agenda review, the thing that hits me still is I'm wondering why the board is essentially putting out a medical advice document. And I understand how this all fits. And I understand we put out, stuff on things that the board itself doesn't have an expertise on necessarily. I mean, we had the public speaker this morning saying, none of you are doctors, which, is, medical doctors, I think was what she meant. I think that's right. I know this is not about you or the work the staff has done, but it would help when we go through this to understand what involvement the medical professionals had. Were there any points of debate? were there contrary views that were expressed that ought to be that either more conservative, if you will, in terms of their treatment or less conservative in terms of their treatment of the subject matter before we go putting out a board document. And if I'm alone on that, again, I'm not looking to wrap the board into this, but and I appreciate the benefit of the process you guys go through. But this is one where I might want to see a little bit more of that process. I sort of wonder why this wasn't, for example, a VDH thing from the legislature. I mean, it got delegated to us, but I don't really understand why it's us and not, let's say, us jointly with VDH as an example. You don't have to respond to that.
I actually can respond. We had a lot of physicians that we met during their lunch break so they could be there, and they were there. And we had pediatric cardiologists, we had interventional cardiologists, we had a lot of family medicine physicians. I even had my husband weigh in on it. So we had a lot of physicians that reviewed this, and they thought it was comprehensive. They were very positive. They did provide feedback to enhance clarity more than anything. And they weighed in on the board's determination of the appropriate licensed healthcare providers who would evaluate a student that may have sudden cardiac arrest. So we had a lot of input from mainly physicians and also athletic trainers who stand by on the fields and on the playing courts.
Yeah, and again, I'm not questioning your process.
No, I can send you the list of physicians that, if you want.
Yeah, did they participate in the original drafting or in the review, and were there debates at all about making changes that were not stylistic, meaning not clarification, but in terms of the actual policy itself? And I mean, do the other states have policies like these? I mean, who else does this?
Some states do.
And how do we compare across that spectrum in terms of, are we any different in how we treat this?
The feedback is that we were more comprehensive in our guidelines.
Okay.
So that they were more.
Could you, since you think other states have it, just to save me just a little bit of research time, would you mind, I'll do the research if you give me the states to see what else is out there and be able to compare this document to that. I know this seems like a weird thing to be stuck on, but I can tell you my worst day in public office was when we lost a student in Chesterfield schools. It was my absolute worst day ever. And, we want to do everything we can to make sure that does not occur on our watch or because of advice we gave.
So I will do that research and I will get that information to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Now, is your husband the endocrinologist?
He is.
Great doc.
Thank you.
I'm not going to tell you which of my family members have seen him, but that might, I guess it doesn't violate HIPAA if he's not doing it, but he's an awesome doctor.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I did ask for his advice. So.
Good. Well, in that case, we're done. All right. Anybody else have anything? Yep. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Johnson. Item N. There you are. I can't see behind that corner and I never know if you're here. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item N.
Yes, I am pleased to present for first review the revisions to the licensure regulations for school personnel to establish an economic and personal finance add-on endorsement. Currently, no specific endorsement exists in the licensure regulations for school personnel to teach courses in economics and personal finances. Teachers holding valid Virginia licenses with endorsements in specific areas such as agricultural education, business and information family and consumer science, history and social science, marketing, and mathematics may teach these courses currently. The regulatory action, now in final stages, is to amend the existing licensure regulations in Virginia by establishing an add-on endorsement in economics and personal finance. The add-on endorsement will expand the number of qualified teachers who teach economics and personal finance. This initiative, as you well understand, supports the board's comprehensive plan priority to recruit, develop, and retain well-prepared teachers. To initiate this regulatory action, a work group was established, referred to attachment B, for name and affiliations. And proposed regulations were presented in November of 2019 to ABTEL. The Notice of Intended Regulatory Action, or NORA, was approved by the board in January of 2019 and submitted for executive branch review. The proposed changes or amendments, including a timeline to implement the add-on endorsement, was approved by the board June 20th and published in Town Hall for 30 days public comment, which ended April the 15th of 22. You will note attachment A contains the new language for the add-on endorsement. Public comments received were in support of establishment of the add-on endorsement. Today, the state Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education waive first review and approve the revisions to the licensure regulations for school personnel, establishing an economics and personal finance add-on. Additionally, the VDOE will issue guidance on the transition period for those or the grandfathering of current teachers and transition period for endorsements as recommended in the ABTEL formal report that you have before you. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer those at this time.
Any questions? Seeing none, I guess the request is to waive first review and have a motion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. I think you have the next one next to Dr. Johnson. So let's move on to
All
O.
right. Agenda item O. As I present for you for first review, revisions to the licensure regs for school personnel to establish a dual language endorsement and add-on endorsement. As with the previous item, currently, no specific endorsement has been established in the licensure regulations for school personnel. No specific, to teach the courses in dual language. Specifically, there has been a need in elementary grade levels for content curriculum to be taught in both English and world languages. The endorsement in dual language will requested so that individuals who have an expertise in elementary education or world languages could teach in dual language programs and seek a specific endorsement addressing the area in which they are teaching. This will allow someone, for example, with a world language preparation in teaching in an elementary dual language program without seeking both a world language or foreign language, as we used to call it, and an elementary endorsement. The regulatory action is to establish the new and an add-on endorsement in dual language, English, pre-K through 6, and dual language target pre-K through 6 as well as the corresponding professional studies requirements that you find in attachment A. In 2018, the Virginia General Assembly passed House Bill 1156, requiring the establishment of the endorsement in dual language instruction pre-K through 6 in the licensure regulations. This initiative also supports the Board of Education's comprehensive plan to recruit, develop, and retain well-prepared teachers. To begin the regulatory process, the NORA was approved by the board in October 2018. A work group, the list of those individuals and their affiliations can be found in attachment B, was established, and proposed regulations presented to the ABTEL board in spring of 2019. The board approved the proposed stage in November 19. The regulations were submitted to executive branch review and a 30-day public comment period closed on April 29, 22. The public comment received were in support of establishing the dual language endorsement and add-on endorsement. The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education waive first review and approve the regulations establishing dual language endorsements in pre-K through 6 in the licensure regs for school personnel. Any comments? That concludes the presentation.
Any comments or questions? If not, is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, item P.
Item P, glad to present to you for first review of revisions to the regulations governing the review and approval of education programs in Virginia to establish the dual language and economics and personal finance endorsement. Currently, no specific endorsement has been established in the regulations governing review and approval of education programs in Virginia to teach courses in dual language or economics and personal finance. As previously mentioned, the 2018 Virginia General Assembly passed House Bill 1156, requiring the establishment of the endorsements in dual language instruction in pre-K through 6. And now this particular item specifically focuses on the approved program regulations. This regulatory action groups all those endorsements in one action to establish the new and add-on endorsements in dual language English pre-K through 6, dual language target pre-K through 6, and the new economics and personal finance for the approved program preparation programs in Virginia for institutions of higher ed. Again, referring you to Appendix A, which outlines the amendments to the professional studies and the new add-ons. As previously stated, a work group was established for the dual language and economics and personal finance endorsements, and proposed regulations were presented to the advisory board or ABTEL. The NORA was approved by the board in October 2019. Subsequently, proposed regulations change were approved by the board in June 20 and submitted for executive branch review. 30-day public comment period on the proposal stage closed on April 1, 22. Public comments received were in support of establishing these endorsements. No change has been made to the regulatory text from the proposed stage. And at this time, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education waive first review and approve the proposed amendments to the regulations governing the review and approval of education preparation in Virginia, establishing the dual language and economics and personal finance endorsements.
Okay, are there any
Concludes the
questions?
presentations.
If not, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Vaught. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you. And one more, I guess,
And
right?
final. All right.
Item Q.
Again, for first review of the proposed amendments to the licensure regulations for school personnel and regulations governing the review and approval of educator preparation programs in Virginia to comport with federal guidelines related to accredited institutions of higher ed. As you are aware, the licensure regulations for school personnel set standards for the licensing of teachers, principals, superintendents, and other professional personnel in Virginia. The regulations governing the review and approval of educator prep programs sets the requirements for institutions of higher ed to offer state-approved teacher preparation or educator preparation programs that lead to licensure. These regulations are prescribed by the board in alignment with regulations and guidelines issued by the United States Department of Education, or the USED. The USED has amended regulations 34 CFR 600 related to post-secondary institution accreditation. Effective July 1 of 2020, the USED no longer categorized accrediting agencies as regional or national, but instead includes them under a combined umbrella, identified as institutional or nationally recognized. State agencies were notified by the USED of these changes to federal regulations via letter dated February the 26th, 2020, which you will find in Appendix A. Currently, the board licensure regulations for school personnel and regulations govern the review and approval of approved programs in Virginia require accreditation for institutions of higher ed by a regional or regionally accrediting agency and include the following definitions that you have before you. An accredited institution means an institution of higher ed accredited, again, by regional accrediting agency recognized by the United States Department of Ed. Regional accrediting agency means and relates to specifically the 6 accrediting associated recognized by the USED below. Notice the regional alignments. This last definition appears only in the approved program regs. While the amendments to the federal regulations do not explicitly require states to amend their laws or policies, the board is no longer permitted to distinguish between regionally and nationally accreditation in its requirements for teacher licensure or approval of educator preparation programs in Virginia institutions of higher ed based on this change. And on the front level, specifically for my office, is impacted in that we cannot deny a license application based on those designations. Today, the board's action is required to amend the licensure regulations for school personnel and the regulations governing the review and approval of educator preparation programs in Virginia to comply with changes in the federal regulations. The proposed amendments to the licensure regs and the approved program regulations reflect the changes that were made to the federal regulations. Both of those must be amended to reflect the changes in the definitions specifically of accredited institution and regionally accredited agency throughout both of the chapters in the Virginia regulations. Find those attachment B highlighting and reflecting those changes, specifically words that were being proposed for removal are stricken and in red font, and words that are proposed additions are highlighted yellow and underlined. The proposed amendments will follow fast track rulemaking requirements of the administrative process, and the Code of Virginia provides that the fast track rulemaking process may be followed for rules that are expected to be non-controversial. And today, State Superintendent's recommendation is that the board approve the amendments to both the licensure regulations and the regulations governing the review and approval of educator preparation programs to comply with federal regulations. I'll be glad to try to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? I don't see any. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that carries. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Okay, we have one written report, and now we're going to get to, I think, discussion of current issues. I'm actually going to lead this off if that's okay, just because I've got a few things I'd like to say, which is, relatively rare actually, as, we go through the process. Dr. Duran touched on I guess some of the sensitivity of the board toward what we consider to be misinformation that has been circulated with regard to the work of the board of recent years. Let me begin by saying that the superintendent's report is wrong in suggesting that this board has ignored achievement gap problems, in suggesting that we've done nothing about them, and in suggesting that we've done nothing to lower or suggesting we've done anything to lower expectations or exacerbate the gaps. In fact, we've been almost single-mindedly focused on reducing achievement gaps since we adopted our latest comprehensive plan and the standards of accreditation in 2017. The board has specifically been calling out the NAEP decline since at least 2019. Had I been included or other board members been included amongst the stakeholders that were consulted for the report, we might have been able to illuminate the superintendent on these topics. It is clear we have not yet achieved the outcomes we and the superintendent desire. The accreditation model is still too new, and the resources aren't yet where they need to be. But progress in early childhood literacy and some steps in the right direction on fully funding our schools give us reason to be hopeful. I welcome the superintendents joining us in this work, but let's not look to lay blame unfairly, but rather to find solutions together. Since I've been on the board, the one question that has pervaded every discussion is, how can we produce better outcomes for our children? To that end, in 2017, the board adopted a comprehensive work program that focused on improving outcomes for all of our learners. The SOQs that were prescribed in 2019 were a direct result of that work. Further, as required by the Virginia Constitution, the board issues an annual report on the conditions and need of public schools in Virginia. In this report, we highlight items that are of concern to the board and, where possible, suggest action to change course. In 2019, our annual report included a section on the National Assessment of Education Progress, the NAEP scores. It is worth repeating what we said at that time. I'm quoting from the report. The average reading scores of Virginia 4th and 8th grade students on the 2019 National Assessment of Educational Progress, NAEP tests, fell by 4 and 6 points respectively. 38% of Virginia 4th graders met or exceeded the benchmark for reading proficiency on the 2019 test, compared with 43% in 2017. The percentage of 8th graders meeting or exceeding the benchmark also declined, with 33% performing at the proficient or advanced level in 2019, compared with 37% in 2017. Virginia is one of the 17 states that saw declines in performance in 4th grade reading, and one of 31 states that saw declines in 8th grade. Reading performance nationwide was also down in both grades. Virginia's disappointing results on the national tests, this is still from the report, which are taken every 2 years by representative samples of 4th and 8th grade students, were foreshadowed by declines over the last several years on annual SOL reading tests, especially in the critical elementary grades. The board believes in setting high expectations for all students, regardless of who they are or where they live. But as the latest reading scores make clear, Virginia must do more to help young learners attain grade level proficiency in reading, especially in schools where teachers are challenged by increasing numbers of students whose learning is impacted by poverty, hunger, and trauma. It should also be noted that, this is now off the report, it should also be noted that compared to the 2017 results, for 8th graders, reading scores declined significantly in half the states, and for 4th graders, we saw a material decline in 17 states. As noted in the New York Times in 2019, quote, overall student progress in reading has stalled in the last decade, with the highest performers stagnating and the lowest achieving students falling further behind. In response to Executive Order 1, the superintendent released a report in May entitled, quote, Our Commitment to Virginians, High Expectations and Excellence for All Students. A summary of the content of the report would be: 1, Virginia has an issue to address. 2, the issue has been created by lowering expectations in both accreditation and SOL testing. And 3, there is a lack of transparency in the system and evidence of issues is not widely shared. The report suggests a causal link between changes in the accreditation system and alleged changes in cut scores and the decline in academic achievement as measured by NAEP. Other than increasing cut scores, there is scant mention of a path forward to achieve optimal results for our children. I agree with the superintendent that we have an issue in public education in Virginia. The language from the 2019 report I quoted makes it clear that the board understands that we have an issue in public education that needs to be addressed. But I do not believe that the board has been anything other than forthright in acknowledging the issue and in proposing solutions. Transparency may be the easiest to deal with. I acknowledge that the number of people who read the annual reports of the Board of Education is limited, but the department's press releases get a much wider circulation. On October 30, 2019, the department issued a press release, the title of which was, quote, 2019 NAEP results underscore the importance of boosting reading instruction and equity. The release sets out, both in text and very clear graphs, the decline in NAEP reading scores between 2017 and 2019. The release notes that the State Board of Education proposed new standards of quality that included the addition of funding for reading specialists. There were no statistically significant changes in our math scores between those 2 years. We need to be clear-headed about the causes of these declines, what they were and what they were not. What they were not was a decline in expectations or accountability. Reading the report, one would think that we are promoting children from grade to grade without regard to their academic achievement. In this regard, the report does a disservice when it conflates conforming on grade level, that is, having enough competency to move to the next grade, and NAEP proficiency. NAEP proficiency is the second of 3 NAEP levels. The first is basic, then proficient, and finally advanced. SOL cut scores are calculated to be the point of sufficient competence to move to the next grade. In fact, on its website, the definition of NAEP proficient includes the following, quote, "It should be noted that NAEP proficient achievement level does not represent grade level proficiency as determined by other assessment standards, e.g. state or district assessments." If Virginia alone saw performance drop in 2019, then the report might make more sense. But the drops were widespread across the states. But as previously noted, Virginia was one of a number of states that had statistically significant declines, and to the best that I can determine, none of the other states that had declines made changes to their systems comparable to what we did in Virginia. In fact, even Wyoming was one of a handful of states that had statistically significant declines in 3 of the 4 tests. I don't believe that Wyoming made changes in its accreditation system during that time. So let's think for a minute about what the cause was of a national failure to perform well. The best explanation I have seen is from the president of the Thomas B. Fordham Institute, a conservative think tank. Michael Petrelli stated, quote, "What's causing these trends is no mystery. It's almost surely the spending cuts that happened in the wake of the Great Recession. The 13-year-olds who did so poorly in 2019 would have been in grades K through 12 during the worst of the cuts from 2011 to 2014. Those early years matter." An important fact. A closer look at the NAEP data shows that the largest decline in scores occurred predominantly in the lower socioeconomic group. There is sufficient evidence of the link between socioeconomic status and academic achievement. I'm not going to discuss all of those studies now. Although the report focuses on the level reaching NAEP proficiency, which interestingly enough was either up or stable between 2009 and 2019, perhaps the more relevant issue and more concerning issue to me is the number of students performing below NAEP basics. For 4th grade reading from 2009 to 2019, the number of students below NAEP basic increased from 26% to 31%. For 8th graders, the percentage increased from 22% to 29%. About 60% of those changes can be attributed to the composition of the public school student body. The percentage of students who were eligible for reduced and free lunch increased from 32% in 2009 to 40% in 2019. During the same period, as reported by JLARC in their report, Virginia Compared to Other States 2019 edition, Virginia ranks 26th in the category of state and local per pupil funding for pre-K to 12 education, and 42nd for state per pupil funding. Adjusting for inflation, state direct aid fell 8% from 2009 to 2019. The reduction in funding had foreseeable and grave consequences. We already have a high turnover rate among current teachers and an increasing shortage of teacher candidates in the pipeline. Based on 2017 to 2018 salary data, Virginia ranked 32nd for the average salary of public K-12 teachers. We cannot expect to change outcomes or maintain previous levels of achievement while starving the system of resources. And we cannot expect to attract and retain a high-quality cadre of teachers if we continually underpay the profession relative to other college graduates. In 2019, the Economic Policy Institute found that the teacher wage penalty, which is the difference between what a teacher can make compared to a comparably educated person, went from a low of 2% in Wyoming to a high of 32.7% in Virginia. In other words, teachers in Virginia are paid 67.3 cents for every dollar paid to their college-educated peers. Research has shown that investments in instruction, especially quality teachers and school leaders, leverage the largest gains in student achievement. In Virginia, a child in an unaccredited school is twice as likely to have a first-year teacher or a teacher teaching outside their endorsement area as a child in an accredited school. The superintendent is aware of the impact of having quality teachers in front of all of our children. In 2015, she submitted the Wyoming plan to ensure equitable access to excellent educators. By the way, an excellent document. In 2019, 2020, and 2021, the board prescribed standards of quality, which were targeted at supporting teachers and school leaders through mentorship and coaching programs. In addition, we called for an increased number of reading specialists to help address literacy issues. Finally, the prescribed standards of quality provided the funding to allow local school divisions with a high percentage of economically disadvantaged students to either one, reduce class size, or two, increase compensation to attract more experienced teachers. The enabling legislation for these standards of quality passed the policy committees in both houses of the General Assembly. However, they failed to make it into the state budget. We know changes need to be made. We seem to lack the political will to do it. When we invest and improve the effectiveness of our teachers and school leaders, we will improve outcomes. I wish the issue were simply and inexpensively resolved by changing standards, but we are dealing with a much more significant issue than just raising expectations. We would like to work with the superintendent, the secretary, and the governor as we seek to make changes that will have material, positive, long-term impacts on student outcomes. Just a brief word about the accreditation system changes. The board created a system, that's the first system, that failed to provide any incentive for a school division to focus adequate resources on the bottom 20% of students. That was the system we had. This board believes that all students should be focused on, and there is no way to close the achievement gap without providing this incentive to focus. One of the things we have learned over the past 20 years is that labeling a school as failing often has an impact contrary to that which was originally intended. The contemplation of accreditation and accountability was that once you identified schools with issues, resources would flow to that school to help them achieve success. The label has consequences, but not the consequences that were foreseen. Instead of receiving additional resources and being encouraged to improve, the flight from schools that were perceived to be of lesser quality had the impact of segregating the system along socioeconomic lines. People would move to the best school they could afford. And since there were no rewards for improvement, staffing became difficult in schools that were labeled failing. The new accreditation system provides more information than the previous system. In addition to academic achievement, we provide information on achievement gaps as the school's ability to engage with its students is measured by things like chronic absenteeism, dropout rate, and graduation and completion. Will it make a difference? I believe in the adage that what gets measured gets done. So I think it will make a difference. At the same time, I also know that without a change in resource level and allocation, we will not realize our goals for student achievement. This board is committed to reviewing the system and making changes to accentuate any positive impacts and mitigate any unintended negative impacts. We have already been through one round of discussion with regard to changes, the committee led by board member, by Dr. Anderson, and there will be more. But at this time, because of the intervention of COVID and the suspension of many of our measurement tools, there's insufficient data to reach any conclusions. Just want to say that it was in fact a disappointment to me, and I think to the rest of the board, to read the report, have it come out without us having seen it. I understand that I saw it the day before, not weeks before, to have had no input in it, and to basically suggest that it's a standards problem, when in fact we believe strongly it is a resources problem, one, and two, how we are spending those resources. I'm not looking to debate this here today. I have, made the comments, that the report got an awful lot of press, a lot of play. This board, as you know, has no other than our administrative one person. We don't have a public relations arm. We don't have a press liaison. We've got no way to get out our thoughts. And it's rare, frankly, in my experience, that the board has ever expressed these kinds of thoughts with regard to a report issued by the Department of Ed. But I feel it's important to set the record straight. I'm not going to bother and pick through what I consider to be the factual inaccuracies in the report, including the ideas Dr. Duran mentioned that we lowered cut scores. The fact is, we never lowered a cut score. I mean, we set cut scores for new tests, but this board, at least during my tenure, never lowered a cut score. But be that as it may, I welcome any other comments from board members. I do not want to turn this into a debate, and we're going to move on with the rest of the agenda. Any comments from board members?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to weigh in on the superintendent's May report. And first, thank you for your comments, which I think were very thoughtful and carefully expressed. And actually, I think I saw you reading from a draft and would like to suggest that you perhaps submit that to the record so that we can all review it fully. My comments are maybe a little less, well, they're not written out, but I do want to raise 2 points of that where I think the report was wrong and that are important. And also I want to address a third point that may be a glimmer of a thought about the way forward. The 2 points where I think the report are significantly wrong address initially the impact of the accreditation changes that this board made over recent years. And second, a point about the transparency issues raised in the report. As to both of those, had any of us board members been consulted, we could have enlightened the superintendent and authors of the report on the long and extensive and thoughtful process that went into those accreditation changes and that justified the changes that we made. And that, frankly, I think are all about raising expectations, not lowering expectations, and about laser-like focus on reading and numeracy and literacy, and also laser-like focused on closing achievement gaps, which is what the report says, and I agree with this, is the most important challenge in Virginia right now. I do want to talk at a little more length about the accreditation changes, and starting with where they came from. They came from parents. You know, we heard loud and clear, and I was in a different role then across the street, but we heard loud and clear in Virginia, but really across the country, that not that accountability isn't useful, but that when third graders, 8-year-olds, are being subjected to tests that take 4 and 5 hours at one sitting, and doing that on multiple subjects day after day after day, the pendulum has simply swung too far. And that kind of accountability was not serving any useful purpose. And parents knew it. And parents revolted and demanded a change. And I know this administration is very focused on listening to parents, and encourage you to go back and listen to what we heard from the parents about what we needed to change from the prior punitive system. The kinds of changes we made to raise expectations and focus on shrinking achievement gaps included that we emphasized in the new accreditation standards math and reading assessments to the exclusion of other fields. And we got a lot of pushback on that from the folks who thought that all subjects should be weighted equally as we had previously. We provided, for instance, that where schools are in level 2, not the top level on math and reading scores, that they are all schools that are not in the top level on math and reading scores were required to do an academic review. The whole spirit of the new accreditation system is one of continuous quality improvement for everybody, for all schools, but with increasing levels of scrutiny and support from the department for the schools that need it most. Schools that were at level 3 on math and reading and or on the other indicators were required to go through a much more intrusive, but also hopefully supportive process with the department. And part of our goal of the overall accreditation changes was to identify the schools that most needed scrutiny, and not to identify, we didn't think it was useful to find a system that would define half of our schools, for instance, as failing, frankly, because we didn't have number one, because we didn't think it was true, and our parents don't think it's true, and our parents aren't stupid. Parents uniformly across Virginia in survey after survey rate their own local schools as pretty good. And most parents are mostly right about that. not that they can't aspire better, not that we shouldn't raise the bar for everybody, but what we need to be doing is laser-like focusing on the schools and divisions and challenges that are most seeing challenges. And frankly, you almost don't need test scores to tell you it's the poor kids. It's our low-income communities where our kids are failing and where our schools are failing them. And our indicators do help, and our system does help laser-like focus our resources on those schools. Part one of our goals was to have the number of schools identified for intervention be a number that the division could actually have the capacity to intervene with. So if you declare 500 or 800 schools out of 1,600 inadequate, the department only has capacity to intervene realistically and profitably over on several hundred of those schools, then your system isn't serving a useful purpose. And that was one of our goals, which we think was consistent with what we know about our schools is they are above average. I mean, nationally, our scores, even though they've dropped, continue to be above average on all kinds of metrics. And so our thought about what made the most sense about how to use the department's resources coincided with our sense of the quality of our schools. Other changes that we included was the addition of an achievement gap score. So all schools, even the very best schools, are required to be adopting improvement plans to address their gaps if they have them. We added a college and career readiness score, and this is something that I think all of our schools, we recognized all of our schools needed to focus more on connecting school experience to future work experience, and that's why we added the college and career readiness indicator. That's why we changed our graduation requirements to add work-based learning. Growth, as President Gecker said, in adding our growth measures, one of our concerns, and we heard this extensively from the field in our public hearings and in our listening tours, that under the old system, a teacher just had to get 80% of their kids over that hump. And so if they were focusing on the kids at the bump, they weren't focusing on the top kids and they weren't focusing on the bottom kids. They were just trying to push those few over. And we thought, and our new system isn't perfect by any means. One of the things the report calls out about it that I think is entirely accurate, and I have said numerous times from this seat, is it's too complicated. It's almost too complicated for us to understand, and therefore that is a problem if it's too complicated for the public to understand. But the bottom line of identifying schools that most need intervention, I think, is clear. One of the things we did was to include a growth indicator such that that teacher who has students doesn't have enough students passing has an incentive to help raise up those bottom kids. We made all of these changes in the spirit of wanting to be partners to our divisions, not punitive. And I can't tell you how many teachers and students we heard from who felt that the prior system was punitive and divisive and not serving the purpose. And really, the evidence nationally was that the whole punitive, that the only thing we needed to do, I mean, raising expectations is a great thing, but only raising expectations, not raising support, not working in partnership across the country, it didn't work. That's why we left behind No Child Left Behind. The one more thing I want to say on the subject of the accreditation changes before moving on to my next point is timing. So our accreditation changes, this work took a long time. We started early. One of the first things we did was started posting the school quality profiles, which greatly enhanced transparency. We didn't have a system in Virginia before where all the information that's on the school quality profiles was available at the fingertips of parents, schools, the public. So we greatly enhanced transparency, and that took a lot of work to get it right. But the actual new accreditation standards didn't go into effect until the 2018-2019 school year. So to suggest that somehow the NAEP standards, NAEPs administered in the early spring of 2019 are somehow impacted by changes that basically just went into effect that year It just doesn't make any sense. It gives the standards accreditation system way too much credit to think that changes can cause scores to plummet in a matter of months. The second point I wanted to make is that I submit that our new system is incredibly transparent, and I won't go through this in as much detail, but all of the data that the report relies on are all data points that the department puts out there for public consumption or otherwise publicly available. So really the emphasis on transparency, I think it's more about how we characterize the data. I understand this debate about the quote, so-called honesty gap. Different states have taken different approaches on whether it's useful to declare half your school's failures or not. But the board directed the dashboard changes that created all this data. And I note that one of the things the report relies on is a study of 11 states on learning loss during the pandemic. The 11 states were selected because of the availability, the widespread availability of data in those 11 states. Virginia was included because we have so much data publicly available for researchers to access. One area where we don't yet have enough data and that we've worked on as a board, but we're not there yet, and we need the department's help in getting there on, is teacher-related data. So we don't yet know as much as we should. Starting just this year, I think we have teacher vacancy data, but we don't have good data on all kinds of teacher-related issues publicly available. That's a work in progress. But all of the data that's relied on to say we're not transparent enough came from the department and the board's efforts to make the system more transparent. The final point I wanted to make is really that I wonder if some of what we're seeing here is what I'm going to call a terminology gap. And it's just very disconcerting for me on this side of the debate, and I'm sure it is there for those on the other side of the debate, but to read sentences that just don't make sense. When I read that the rhetorical emphasis on equity, the implication is that it contributed to the widened gaps in student achievement. Well, from my understanding, our emphasis on equity is all about trying to shrink those achievement gaps. So I wonder if the word equity here, we just all mean different things by it. When I say equity, I mean focus on reducing achievement gaps. And I draw folks' attention to the letter submitted by the Legal Aid Justice Center, making the point that we must maintain our focus on equity, meaning we must maintain our focus on reducing achievement gaps. And I'm delighted that the superintendent identifies in the report that the laser-like focus on reducing achievement gaps. I completely agree with you that needs to be our top focus. If you want to call it purple, I'll call it equity and you can call it purple, or I call it equity and you call it opportunity, but it's the same thing. We need to focus. But to say that a rhetorical emphasis on equity caused an expansion of achievement gaps when the emphasis on equity has been single-mindedly focusing on reducing achievement gaps, it just makes no sense from my understanding of the word. So it literally is almost as if we're speaking different languages. And that, that can be fixed, but it does matter when we move to solutions. You know how enthusiastic I am about the Bipartisan Literacy Act efforts that I think will be part of the solution, and I think came somewhat from the work we've done to highlight difficulties around reading. I think likewise our focus on early childhood has come from some of the focus on identifying the gaps that kids bring to as they walk in the door at kindergarten. There's some things in the budget that we think are in the midst of passing that are going to help implement some of our SOQ recommendations, but there are a lot of our SOQ recommendations that are not yet implemented. In particular, the additional funding for our neediest schools through the at-risk add-on, additional funding for teacher mentoring and coaching, additional funding for our English language learners. So if we're really serious about the gaps, We need to do more than transparency. It's not just going to be characterizing the data differently. We've actually got to change policies and resources. And the report mentions resources, and I appreciate that, but it doesn't emphasize them in the way I think they need to be emphasized. And I'll just conclude with one of the things we learned through our work, our long and careful work developing the accreditation changes, just by way of example, visiting a jurisdiction such as Petersburg, one of our lowest income and most stressed and most challenged academically school divisions in the nation, in the Commonwealth and probably in the nation. Well, we look at the top line, and I took a delegation down there of legislators, bipartisan legislators, to visit. We look at the top line that says the kids, basically no kids are passing algebra in Petersburg, and we're all aghast. Somebody in Petersburg must be screwing up. Well, you look under the hood, and there are no algebra teachers in Petersburg. Literally nobody qualified to teach algebra. It's no shock that the kids aren't passing algebra. Why are there no qualified algebra teachers? Well, everything we did under the prior punitive system chased away anybody who might possibly be qualified to teach. And so now, since then, that division's been struggling and, working hard and coming out of the bottom, trying to work hard to be able to hire teachers. They've been working in partnership with our division, not punitive, but in collaboration with the state. And what more we can do to direct resources, get under the hood and see what the problems are, and try to find qualified algebra teachers and figure out incentive systems that get those qualified teachers to the kids who need them most. I'm all in to partnership with the administration on this. I do, and I do understand, because I've been there in all kinds of different roles, a new administration's inclination to come in and, declare everything terrible so that we can fix it. And that, every administration does that, and you all are no different than others. But in this day and age, on these issues so important, we absolutely need to partner in a bipartisan way, and there shouldn't be anything partisan about the need to help our most struggling students succeed, whether you call that equity or opportunity or purple. So I invite partnership going forward. Thank you.
Dr. Mann, I think you had some comments.
Thank you so much, President Gecker. And boy, I think all the comments that are being spoken really go to the heart of what it feels like to sort of have these issues be put forth and there not be an opportunity to have dialogue about them. Because ultimately, we have a charge, whether we are there on behalf of, an administration or as, volunteers elected, appointed to serve. There is a uniform commitment to want to make certain that we're doing everything in our powers to see all children succeed. And to be honest, I can't help but, channel back to the beginning of our meeting this morning and think about some of the students that we heard come to speak before us, and the challenges that they are experiencing in their schools, and the idea that we can use language that actually legally demands that we not discriminate, that we create environments that treat students regardless of their race, their religion, and gender orientation, all of it. That we can take language and potentially use that in a way that doesn't hold people's feet to the fire around legally what we are obligated to do is a little disconcerting, because I do see the discrimination, zero tolerance for discrimination. And I think it plays into the idea around how we use language and the extent to which we have an obligation to really help educate the public on some of the real issues that are in the way. The resource question, so much has been said about what does not see the light of day around why our schools are failing children. And I think as adults, it is time for us to really lay down our sort of political interests wherever they exist. This is not a one-dimensional thing. I appreciate Ms. Holton articulating that every administration does this. It's not helping the public understand the complexity of the challenges that we face. It's not helping us focus on the solutions that can help resolve the problem. And I think a very understudied issue in education is really the governance structure. If you think about every 4 years, someone else coming in and they've got the answer to the problem, and systems have to reset to focus in another direction. We've got some issues that are in the way of helping to make sure all children are getting what they need. And we need to start recognizing and putting those things aside, because our children are crying out for us to get it right. And I just hope that the conversations that we're having here today will lead us to a place of being able to work together to talk through what's not working and be on a better path, to fight for those things that can help make it better, paying teachers more, making sure they have the supports that they need, looking at how highly qualified teachers are distributed in our system. Are they getting to the children that need them? Nobody wants to sign up for a suicide mission. And sometimes working in systems where you don't have what you need, people aren't willingly just saying, sign me up for that. And children are getting the short end of the stick. We have to focus on the resource side.
Thank you. Dr. Duran?
Thank you. I want to just echo the comments from all three of my colleagues, and I won't repeat a lot of what you said, but I appreciate that. As reading the report that was issued was, as I said earlier, very disappointing in the sense that I think there were some parts that weren't accurately reflective of the work that we've done on this board. I do agree strongly, as we have on this board, as I know for the past 4 years, we've worked very hard to call the attention to the public and to our community, and to, most importantly, people right here in Richmond, about the changes that are needed in order for our students to have all their needs met. Transparency has certainly been an issue that we focused on. I personally, joining the board, wanted to bring attention to a group of students, our EL students, that weren't being talked about. We didn't even document in some cases and understand the issue of what a SLIFE student was. The term SLIFE, when I first used it, many people didn't know what it was. Students with limited interrupted formal education. Digging deep into that data, sharing that data, and now working with Senator Favolo, now all school systems are having to report that data to see how many students do you have. I'm just using this as an example. There are other examples of where we must begin to actually call out the data to see how our students are doing, what they're doing, how they're performing, and when we're not performing well, to be honest about why we're not performing well, and to work together on solutions, which is why I was so excited and welcomed the state superintendent when she came initially, and the work that was happening with the Virginia Literacy Act. That's us working together to put in solutions that will rise above and beyond, as Dr. Mann said, and what Ms. Holton said, is the conversation that sometimes happen in state capitals all over the country when there are changes. We've got to rise above that, because our teachers are crying out for help and need the help. Our teachers are listening day to day to what our students need and our parents need, and are sometimes helpless in being able to do that. And some of that is because of things that we put on their plate. Sometimes it's because of things that we're asking them to do that is not necessary. An example that I know the state superintendent I briefly talked about today, then I know in my school division I'll share, we are really focused on looking at how do we understand where students are performing through screeners at the literacy level. We did a screener. We are piloting currently in Arlington, comparing DIBELS literacy screener versus PALS. We did that for a year because we're in the waiver process. We found about 800 students of ours were not identified through PALS that were identified through DIBELS. We calculated the time and the number, and that it was about 3 to 4 extra days of instructional time could have been back in the classroom if we weren't giving both of those assessments. Why am I saying that? Time is important, instruction is important. These are the kinds of things I hope, and I am very hopeful for, and I welcome our state superintendent's enthusiasm and her background and the leadership she provided on the Hill with regards to the Literacy Act, because that's the part where we're going to make a difference, I believe, in our classrooms. Having reading coaches, reading specialists, that was in the budget. Having opportunities for more resources for us to adopt proper literacy resources around the science of reading, getting away from practices that we know have not been beneficial for students who are struggling readers, giving that guidance to school systems, working with our colleges and universities to help prepare teachers for that. Those are the things that I'm excited about and that excited me and that I am very hopeful about. And I'm an glass half full person always, all my life. So I'm still excited about that. But it was disappointing and discouraging to see and hear some things that misled, in my opinion, misled some of the public. And I will share with you, speaking to many teachers, not only in my school division, but across Northern Virginia, speaking to my colleagues in my region in Northern Virginia, felt very, very much like this was attacking or another area of, see, we do all we can, and at the end of the day, people aren't listening to us. People are accusing us of things that we are not doing. It was really, really a morale issue for staff reading this report. I know that may not have been the intention, because I saw the issues that you were raising, State Superintendent, were the ones that we all agreed to. How do we help close the gap? And when you have research tells us that happens in the classroom. The teacher, high quality teacher, is the number one most important lever for change. There's research on this over and over. The second, a high quality principal. The Wallace Foundation recently come out and said, oh, we had been studying high quality principals for many years, and actually our research was wrong. We now realize that we underestimated the value of a principal. So we know this to be true, but what are we doing about it at this level? What are we doing about it at the local level, where I currently also serve and where I'll be solely serving after this meeting today? And I just hope that we can move forward. I'm going to be an optimist here and hope that we can continue to have the real conversations about how we did in the Virginia Literacy Act, that we will pay attention to what we're asking teachers to do, that will be clear with our parents, clear with our community about where those gaps are. And I do believe the work in our new accreditation system, as Ms. Holton said, we now have those achievement gap indicators. And I remember when that first came out, I was in Fairfax County. We actually met with several school communities where they had no idea that they even had that subgroup of students, because previously it was such a small number that at the aggregate level, we would see great success. But if there are even 1 or 2 students in a school that aren't performing, then that's on us to make sure. Because if you're the parent of one of those students who's not performing in a school that by and large has looked at previously as high performing, that doesn't feel right to you as a parent when it's constantly being said your school is performing well and everything's going well, no resources are happening at your school, but you know your child is not able to read. This achievement gap measure brought attention to that, and it made sure that proper resources were put in place. And as I said earlier in the conversation about the cut scores, that may be an issue that we may need to change. I don't know. We're not experts on that, but we as a board followed what we thought was the right process given the guidance we were given and following the articulation committee. I actually have seen comments on social media, I heard in the news and emails that we were somewhere in a back room, quote unquote, cooking up scores, literally quote. We never, because after reading this report, accusing us, I even got 2 questions in public from people asking me that. So that is why I say this misinformation causes a divide that I don't think needs to be there. We may not agree on all things. We may not find, as Ms. Holton said, purple equity, whatever words we want to use. But what I know we all agree upon, State Superintendent and the work of the bipartisan work, is the Literacy Act. And so how can we focus more on that? So I would just say I'm excited about that. I'm going to end this on a positive note because I'm a glass half full person. I'm excited that we will continue to roll up our sleeves, get deep into this work, and look closely at the data for what our students need. And let's keep that the focus, because frankly, That's what's going to make a difference, is how we support what happens in the classroom, what we're providing for teachers, the support they need, the reading specialists, the coaches, the intervention, and being mindful of what we're asking them to do with their time. 3 to 4 extra days of time on an assessment that in my large division had 800 students weren't identified properly. That's not the best use of teachers' time. So this is my last board meeting, and I've enjoyed the opportunity to be here on this board. Thank you to my colleagues who I've served with over the last 4 years, and those who aren't sitting here. Miss Lodel, who's out there maybe listening, who welcomed me when I first came as I walked in the door. And certainly working with Dr. Lane previously, Dr. Belo, Ms. Belo. I look forward to continuing, not on my seat here, but in my role as a superintendent, working with you on literacy. I'm there to do all that I can to be as transparent, as honest, as clear, focus, because I want all students to be successful. We as a board, that's been our goal. The SOQs that we changed, the policies that we put in place, as Mr. Gecker said, that was always our question and our concern. And that's what I just want to hopefully leave with you, Superintendent Velo, is that is our goal, and that has been our hope. And whether intentional or not, unfortunately, that was some of the outcome of what educators felt, what community members misunderstood. And that's not, I don't believe, your intention. I believe that in your heart of heart, as an educator, you want the best for our students. You want to see success. You want achievement gap. We want the same thing. So how do we find that common ground to get the same thing without causing this other morale issues amongst our staff and miscommunication to our families and parents? And so again, on a positive note, I look forward to the ongoing work. I look forward to ongoing working with all of my colleagues on the board in a different role. Please come out and visit me in Northern Virginia anytime. And I'm happy to come back at any time and speak about those issues that are closing the achievement gap that's important to me. Thank you all for listening to me over and over again. Every issue, probably he's going to ask a question about EL or students with disabilities. Those are the two things I asked about because I care deeply about those issues. And I do care deeply about them because I don't think they're talked about enough. And I don't think that we're looking at the data enough with regards to those two subgroups. It's a fact our English learners is at the bottom of most data points. And so I care about that enough that I probably bugged the heck out of most of you and the VDOE staff. You probably knew as soon as I opened his mouth, I'm going to ask about that. But so I hope, Ms. Holton, you said you'll take on those questions for me. So now you're going to expect those from Ms. Holton. But thank you. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve here on the state board with everyone who's currently here and those that came before me. I look forward to the ongoing partnership, and State Superintendent, I look forward to our success together, because if we're successful together, what does that mean? Our students and our teachers are going to be successful, and our parents are going to see their students with that ability to be successful in life and beyond post-secondary. So that's my hope for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Dr. Davis-Vaught.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't hold a candle to all of your statements, because each and every one of you made points that I've been mulling over now for a month, and Dr. Mann mentioned the impact of the student statements this morning, and that's been on my mind constantly today. We're going to move forward. We're going to keep going, and we keep reaching and doing the things that we do best for students. Becoming an educator in 1992 has been the most rewarding moment of my life, and I've dedicated the better part of 30 years to the service of the students and the Commonwealth of Virginia through education, and I consider that to be a crowning glory in my life, to be able to do that. And I know many of the educators that I work with feel that way too. So the tone that came from the report kind of put a damper on our spirits at a time when we're trying to come out of COVID and trying to make things better for our children, trying to make things better for the teachers. So like everyone else, I just feel like that we could move forward from this point on and look for the good things that we can do, because it's together, united, we can make the Commonwealth the pinnacle of what everyone else should aspire to be for education and for our children. So thank you, each and every one of you, for your wonderful comments. I support you and echo your comments as well, and thank you very much.
Okay, I think that's everybody. Let me just say, Francisco, I guess this is, as you mentioned, your last meeting. It has been, really an honor to serve with you, and it has been eye-opening to me to listen to you. Eye-opening in a good way this time. I mean, it is, you know so much and you're able to articulate it so well that, you provided the rest of us, me in particular, perhaps, with the background that's needed to make better decisions for our kids. And so you're going to be sorely missed, as will Dr. Anderson. I know she's not here today, but this is her last meeting also. So thank you for your years of service. And I look forward to visiting you up in Arlington and seeing what's going on in the finest schools in the Commonwealth. So thank you. I would also point out that with those departures, the hardest working board in the Commonwealth will be down to 4 members. It would be good if the appointment process were accelerated a little bit so that perhaps come the July meeting, we'll be back at full complement. I mean, we are looking forward to working with the next round of appointees to move the education agenda forward. I know it's, high on the administration's list of things they want to focus on. We continue to look forward to working with you, Jillian, toward, policies that, better the outcomes for our kids. That's all any of us really want. But I shouldn't say that's all. It is certainly the outcome we want. The process we want is to be an active partner in that and not just an afterthought. So that all having been said, I've got a few minutes left before I need to stand up. Dr. Sale, I know you're on the, what? Oh,
May I?
sure. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Unless you're going to be mean, in which case.
I'm not going to be mean. Thank you, Mr. President. And, I'm going to start, Dr. Duran. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your partnership. I'm glad it's not over. And in my estimation, it's just beginning. So thank you for your service on the board. That said, one of the, I appreciate everyone's feedback. And one of the overarching main purposes of the report was really to raise a sense of urgency around the children in the Commonwealth and frankly across the nation. And that's uncomfortable, especially in the wake of the pandemic and all of the other challenges that we've had. The purpose of the report certainly was not leveled at the State Board of Education or anyone else, but really covered, the telling the story through data, providing guiding principles for our work going forward, and providing a path forward. And as I think about all 3 of those pieces, you all covered every single one of those aspects today, and discovered common ground within the report. And as we all think about the work that we have going forward, and I really appreciate that. I hope that every single local board, every single school principal is having and leading discussions that look as deeply at this report as the members of this board have. And I truly and deeply appreciate that. I think it really sets the tone for us to move forward and improve education for all students. And at the end of the day, every single one of you today said not all students in Virginia are being served well, and we need to focus on all of it, not just what's working well, not just what we aren't doing, not just who we aren't serving, but all of it. Oftentimes I've been asked, what's the most important issue in education? And the truth is that every issue in education is important, and this board truly recognizes that. I agree with President Gecker on what gets measured matters, and just to kind of underscore the point that this was not leveled at a particular stakeholder group, including the Board of Education. A couple of things that we want to start measuring at the Department of Education and as a Commonwealth include what interventions are we providing for students across the state who are not at benchmark? What does our statewide data look like? And while some of that's publicly available or available on request at the local level, we want to make sure that that's front and center. We want some assurances as a state board, as a Department of Education, as state leaders, as a governor's office, that we have assurances that those are in the hands of every teacher, every parent, and every child to help drive growth. Hopefully you had an opportunity to just read about the Office of Parental Engagement that we've recently stood up at the Department of Education. I see Mr. Wilson in the back of the room now. And that will really be focused on helping to build a bridge between teachers and parents, empowering teachers with the tools that they need to have meaningful conversations with parents, not transactional conversations, and not that that's happening. We know that in our classrooms with great teachers and our schools with great leaders, that those relationships are meaningful. But how do we ensure that every student has a every parent and every teacher have meaningful relationships? The other piece to the Parental Engagement Office will be ensuring that parents have the tools that they need to understand where their students truly are in their educational process. And you're absolutely right about resources. I know that, gosh, I'm not sure, it's Wednesday soon. In the next couple of days, we should have a budget that is finalized and with all of the ink dry that has historic investments for education, teacher raises, school security, school construction, across the board, historic investments in Virginia's education system. So that's certainly something that's understood. And finally, just moving forward, I couldn't agree more with each and every one of you that when we place the politics aside and when we focus on what the evidence around great teaching and great learning and best practices are, that we can truly make a sustained and long-lasting input. And so I look forward to that work going forward. I jotted down so much common ground that we all have, and I knew we had that. And it's wonderful, again, to have this conversation today. I appreciate the criticism, the feedback, and again, I hope that this is happening in every school and every boardroom across the Commonwealth, because as uncomfortable as this report is, it raises a sense of urgency and it raises to a level of action the changes that we should and can make in our own jurisdictions or with our own constituencies. And I look forward to that work together.
Thank you. Dr. Sale, could you do a quick run through of the legislative update?
Sure.
Also titled, What Have They Done to Us This Year?
Well, good afternoon, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, members of the board, and Superintendent Balow. I won't take too much of your time this afternoon. Hopefully the report speaks for itself and provides you a pretty accurate and comprehensive overview of all of the activity we saw during the 2022 legislative sessions. We did go through a regular and special session. And as Superintendent Balow mentioned, we are nearing the end of the budget process. So the governor has until tomorrow afternoon to act on an enrolled budget, which means we should have a signature. And as Superintendent Balow mentioned, some ink dry on a budget that we can move forward with. A few things that I will note for you all. First, just administrative and housekeeping. Ms. Holton was kind enough to point out some discrepancies in the report last night on the final disposition of bills, which flagged that we had actually uploaded an outdated version of the report. So what's in the board book and now it's available to the public does reflect all of the bills as passed, as well as the updates to the budget. A few things that I think would be of particular interest for you all. There was some headway made with respect to the SOQs and the items that align with prescriptions that came from the board in 2021. One, as we well know, the Virginia Literacy Act will now require one reading specialist for every 550 students in K through 3 grades. And that is funded in the budget as well. So even though that bill doesn't come online or start enactment until the 24-25 school year, the budget does have money for that staffing ratio beginning this year. So school divisions can begin gearing up and starting that runway to get the right folks in the classroom to provide those supports. The budget does also provide staffing for a full-time principal in every school, which was one of the board's prescriptions. And it also has an upgrade in the enhanced at-risk add-on, or I guess speaks to the enhanced at-risk add-on by providing a larger scale or a larger add-on amount for students. So currently the maximum for at-risk add-on is 26%. The budget has that moving up to 36% in both years. As you all remember, that doesn't quite reach the 65% maximum that the board had prescribed, but still making headway along that route. As Superintendent Bailey mentioned, there are a number of other things included in the budget and legislative action related to school construction, teacher raises, which does include 5% in both years, as well as a $1,000 bonus for SOQ funded positions in FY23, and a number of other things I'm happy to speak more to, but I will let you steer the conversation, and I'm happy to be a resource about any questions that you all have.
Thank you, Dr. Sal. Any questions? Ms. Holton? I don't even know why I ought to just say any questions, Ms. Holton?
I'm sorry. At the risk of, can you briefly help us understand what of our SOQ, I'm excited that some of our SOQ prescriptions did make it in.
Mhm.
Can you tell us what didn't?
Sure. So you all have 11 SOQ prescriptions as of 2021. So again, we have fully realized the full-time principal's prescription. So we did mark that one off. Enhanced at-risk add-on, as I know we've made headway towards the board's prescription and increasing the scale and the maximum, but it doesn't address the kind of nuance of how we deploy high-quality teachers across school divisions. So that is a component there that's still outstanding. Teacher, leader, and mentor programs are still not funded at the rate at which the board has prescribed. Reading specialists, the board's prescription did have a calculation that looked at SOL failure rates in third grade and then calculated that in comparison to the school's population. So the reading specialist requirement doesn't look at the calculation quite that way, but it does require reading specialists, again, at that 1 to 550 ratio. English learner teachers, we have seen some progress on that in years past, but we are not quite at the prescribed ratio that the board has set that takes into account the nuance of proficiency level. Principal mentorship, still outstanding, as is work-based learning coordinator models. Although we do have some funding that's happening at the department-sponsored initiatives that are working to employ the regional model and work-based learning coordinators. Elementary school principals, that's the space in which we were looking to see more full-time principals, since there was that leeway depending on the size of your elementary school population. So that is one that's fully realized. Assistant principals have not yet been realized. That still has a scaled ratio depending on the size of your respective grade levels or classrooms. Class size reduction and experienced teachers for K-3. So the K-3 Reduction Act still in the budget and still being funded there, but hasn't transferred over to the standards of quality. Specialized student support personnel, we did make some headway. We are still at 3 to 1,000, but the board's prescription is 4 to 1,000. So still a little bit more movement there. And then school counselors, again, we've seen the ratio increase to 1 to 325 in recent years, but the board's prescription is 1 to 250.
And the support staff cap, remind me, did we see action on that this year?
Yes, there was a little bit of movement there, and I will call in reinforcements with Kent because it's a sophisticated methodology that they had used in years past. But I believe now that it's funded at 20 positions per 1,000 students in FY23, and then 21 positions per 1,000 students in FY24.
So that's higher than it was, but not where we had recommended that it go, or
yes,
do we not know?
And I apologize. I didn't include that in the list of board prescriptions since that is a budgetary action. You all had recommended removing the support cap, so this does have still a support cap in place, but does allow for more funding for more positions than what the existing methodology did.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, thank you, Dr. Sale. It does look, in fact, we're making a little bit of headway over there. So that's nice. And we expect in the next legislative session, superintendent to do the rest, right? Isn't that what's going to happen?
I think we have a board meeting that day.
Yeah. All right. What I would like to do, since I think we're down to exec session, is give me 5 minutes, if that's okay. And we'll be back at 2:30 for executive session.
Want to do this piece so the public part is done?
Yeah, we can do that if you'd like, although then we have to leave awkwardly.
Okay.
So we'll be back at 2:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Holton.
Mr. President, I move that pursuant to Virginia Code 2.23711A40, the Virginia Board of Education convene in a closed meeting for the purpose of discussion and consideration of records relating to denial, suspension, and revocation of teacher licenses, and that Mike Mellis, legal counsel to the Virginia Board of Education, as well as the following staff members, Jillian Balo, Amanda Blount, Joan Johnson, Kevin Foster, whose presence will aid in the board's consideration of this matter, participate in the closed hearing.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? No. I will also, should have noted for the record that Dr. Mann had to leave, and so it's the four of us physically present in Richmond who comprise the board right now. All right, we're in executive session.